great condition.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
Is this even...
Is this
working?
thing on?
No, sorry. I was looking at my... I haven't fixed my Stream Deck for...
Oh.
It's not signed in, so none of these buttons are going to work.
Oh, okay.
Whatever. Oh, wait, I think one of these might. Yeah, that one works.
Whoa. Did we disappear?
Yeah.
Oh, we're back.
All right, excuse
God,
me.
he's dying.
Sorry. Hello. It is 9:30. Sorry. I had a whole I had some phone calls that kind of threw my day. And poor Berto's been waiting here patiently for like an hour.
I almost brought my Steam Deck up because it just happened to be in my car. I was like, nah, Arnaldo's probably going to want to start right away.
Yeah, you probably should have, actually. All right. Well,
I should have brought it just to not have it sit in my car, honestly.
It's probably true, man.
Yeah.
Are you advertising? Is it just sitting out in the open?
No, it's tucked under my seat. But
all right.
It's in a case.
All right. Well, it's a little bit later, so in general, I want to get through these things a little bit quicker, just because A, we're behind on them. B, it's been a while, and we probably don't remember all of
our talking points.
So I think the quicker the better. We spend maybe like 30 minutes on each thing, and then
damn, the whole series in 30 minutes.
Yeah, we've done that before.
I know. I
That's
feel
what
like we're
most
doing
people
the
do.
series an injustice.
I feel like that's what most people do.
Not the people I listen to. They'll do 2 hours per episode.
Well, well, if we had been on top of our shit, we could have done that.
It's okay. Our schedules are fucked.
Yeah. So let's get going. Let's get started with our news. I just have to hit record here. Oh, wait. Let's test the button. Oh, it works.
It ends the stream.
I know. I was like, because the button for stream is literally right next to it. And, I'm like, I never use that button. I should just get rid of it. Like the go live button.
It should be like separate from everything else. It should be like in the corner.
Yeah. I have it like right
that
there.
way there's no accidental.
Just very easy just to like fall over and like end it all.
It needs to be something that you're like very deliberately pressing. Maybe have a separate Stream Deck for that.
Like an abort button. Like a big old red one. Yeah. That'd be fun. Anyway, what are we doing? I'm recording already.
We're talking about things or something.
News. Welcome to News from the Phantom Zone, where we are going to talk about some things that happened recently. And
relatively recently.
Yeah, well, we did. When was the last stream? Like last week?
Might have been 2 weeks ago.
I thought it was last calendar week.
I can't remember.
Might have been 2 weeks ago. Anyway, let's get going. We got a couple stories. We're going to talk about them. Ah, fuck.
What?
The first picture's fucked. Oh, no. I said to myself, look up a picture, dude. Look it up. Don't forget. And I forgot.
Oh, man.
Let's see what we can. Can you type in Avengers real quick? Are you anywhere near? I'm sure that's fine. Enter.
Oh, you have an enter on your side. Good.
Let's just do this on the full.
Oh boy,
these are like the old ones. Gross.
Let's use a picture from the video game.
Oh my god. What's the picture that I
Look,
have?
Kang Dynasty. There we go.
Let's just fuck it.
What the fuck is it?
I don't know. It's a TVA picture. I'll make it go away. You guys. There. We're doing good, you guys. Avengers Doomsday has been delayed.
Oh, that's why there's no picture, because there's...
Yeah, that's why, guys.
Yeah, it's gone.
Good thinking. I actually didn't have a story on this either. Let me look this up.
Oh, God.
Do you have the dates, or do you have anything? Are we prepared at all?
I knew it was delayed, but I didn't know what it was delayed to. Isn't it coming out the same day as Dune Messiah now? That's a problem.
Someone's going to move. There's no way.
Yeah, because that's a big problem if that's what they're doing.
I think Dune's going to move.
You think so?
Yeah.
You don't think Avengers is going to move? Does Marvel have the box office power it used to have?
What? That's a good question. We're going to talk about it. 2 upcoming Marvel films, including Avengers Doomsday and Avengers Secret Wars, have been delayed. They're moving from May 22nd to... What? Oh, no, sorry. May 22nd is the day it was announced. Why even bring that up? Anyway, they're going to be moved from May 1st, 2026 to December 18th, 2026. And Secret Wars is also going to be moved from its May 2027 to December of 2027.
Do we know why it was delayed?
No.
Oh.
But I think that's okay. I think delays are usually good. Like,
usually.
I would rather them be delayed and get it right than pushed out and it sucks. And I think Marvel is being very careful.
They kind of have to be right now, I feel like. Like, I'm still fine with their movies, but I know the general audience is not really feeling it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree. I thought Thunderbolts was a great time.
I did too, and most people did. It is unfortunately
Captain America was fine, not great. We talked about it.
I thought it wasn't really that good. But Thunderbolts I thought was incredible. But it's not doing the numbers that we'll get to it. We'll get to it.
Yeah. So yeah, it's newsworthy, but what you brought up was interesting is that it's now on the same day as Dune 3. One of the two is either Doomsday or Secret Wars. Probably
I think it's
Secret Wars.
I think it's Doomsday.
Really? Because they're not filming Dune right now.
You're right, they're not.
So how is that happening? That's what I'm saying. They're going to delay too. They're going to move.
Yeah.
They're not going to release
Messiah
it
is supposed to come out in 2026.
Yes.
It's scheduled to be released December 16th, 2026.
It's not happening. It is not going to happen. There's another movie that's coming out that same day. I remember there was already memes about it.
December 16th?
Yeah, but it's like a silly one. It's not. I don't know.
Well, now I got to look up December 16th, 2026 movies. Shrek 5?
Is that it?
It might be. Let's see. It comes on December 2026.
Deadpool Batman #1 hit shelves this September. So remember we talked about how Marvel and DC are doing a crossover event. They haven't done one in a while.
They haven't.
And it's about that time. People need to be reminded to go buy comics, which I think people have a hard time with.
Yeah. And this one's going to be apparently the first of 2 crossovers between Marvel and DC. I don't know if
they're only doing 2.
It's the wording's weird on the Marvel website.
What? They're not doing like a bunch of these?
It says the first of 2 crossovers between Marvel and DC in more than 20 years. Deadpool/Batman #1 will be followed by Batman/Deadpool #1.
Okay.
Which comes out in November.
So
are those the only 2?
Then they're just talking about this because this is the first thing that's been announced.
Right.
But surely this is not the entirety
of their crossover.
Of the crossover event. That'd be ridiculous.
Oh,
actually, I'm sitting here waiting for you to talk about this. I have something right here.
Oh, cool.
So art is going to be written by Zeb Wells and
who's been writing Spider-Man lately, I believe.
And art by Greg Capullo. And that, as you can see on the screen, is very exciting because Greg Capullo is
great.
One of the best comic artists, in my opinion. He did Batman for a long time, and his Batman art is just next to none. I love it so much.
Is he doing the art for Batman Deadpool also, or is that somebody else?
And by the way, we do read the chat. RL Skill. Hi, Sabdrab. I don't know. So I think maybe this is their way of one of them is going to print and distribute one. The other one's going to print and distribute the other one. And there's going to be 2 side-by-side stories, I guess. Deadpool, Batman, and then Batman, Deadpool.
Okay.
But anyway, at the very least, Deadpool, Batman is art by Greg Capullo. He was saying, wait, who's this? Oh, this is Zeb Wells. Zeb Wells has been writing Amazing Spider-Man, so that's what you said.
Okay,
He wrote
yeah,
60
yeah.
issues. Told Marvel needed a break. And Marvel told me I could do that, or I could write a comic starring Deadpool and Batman with the best Batman artist of our generation. I no longer needed a break.
Okay, so it's like, oh, here's a big opportunity.
Yeah, you don't say no to that, right?
Hi, Sabjab. And yes, RL Skill, I am reading the chat. You are not getting my Steam Deck.
Oh, is that what he was saying?
He said he'll check on it.
Oh. I thought he was talking about some bullshit that, how, like, we never know what we're talking about. We need people to help us. I thought that's what he was talking about.
Oh, that does happen too.
And then Greg Capullo said something different. He said, "Am I dreaming? This crossover is likely to be the high point of my career, and I've had a great career. Some of my earliest work many years ago was on X-Force back in 1991.
Wow.
So Deadpool and I go way back. More recently, I spent 10 plus years drawing Batman at DC. The idea that I get to do a crossover event with Deadpool and Batman, if I'm dreaming, please don't wake me up." Yeah, I love when people get excited.
It's weird characters to cross over with each other, but I could see how this could be. You got overly serious Batman, and then Deadpool.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Yeah.
Deadpool plays well against everyone, which is why he has so many comics where he's just paired up with someone else. Like there's Deadpool, Spider-Man. There's a couple other pair ups.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of them. I'm sure there's a Deadpool Punisher.
Right, yeah. So that's going to be fun. Thunderbolts box office, a little disappointing. It only made, I'm going to look it up. Damn. If you have any opinions you'd like to share right now.
I mean, it's disappointing that the box office is disappointing.
I'm very disappointed because...
Do you think part of this is because it came out like 4 weeks after Captain America?
Yes. Oh, we talked about this at the pool.
Yeah.
In our personal lives.
Yeah.
We had this conversation. I think a lot of it is scheduling, and I think a lot of producers pretend they understand scheduling, but I don't think anyone truly understands it. I don't think you can truly, you would need a crazy algorithm to calculate the effect of what's going on in the world, what other movies are out, and how long it's been since another movie has been out, and how long until the next big movie comes out.
I don't think you should ever release these movies so close together, though.
Right. And this movie came out late March, right? Or was it April?
I think it was late April.
Late April? Oh, yeah, because we're in June now. Holy
June,
shit. Yeah. So
it was late April.
Sometime in April. And
Captain America came out in
was
March.
Valentine's Day.
Oh, Valentine. Oh, okay. So it's like, what?
They're close enough. I
Two
feel like
2 months. Yeah.
I feel like it just happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
By the time I saw, I thought this is kind of a 1-2 hit. And in the past, I just think a lot has changed because in the past, they used to do 2 movies in the same summer. Like Marvel would do a movie in May and a movie in August.
Well, 2 movies coming out in the summer is not that crazy because a lot of people are going to the movies in the summertime.
But that's how the box office used to work is all the big movies would come out in the summertime.
Yeah, that's just when they would come out. And then you'd have a few holiday releases.
Yeah,
that's about it.
Well, they started spreading it out. Once what was it? It was when Star Wars realized that December can be so profitable. then movies started spreading out a little bit more. And now we have them all the time.
Yeah.
It's not just, we don't look forward to summer releases anymore like we used to.
Yeah. The summer blockbuster thing isn't really a thing anymore.
Yeah. So, anyway, Thunderbolts, its budget. Sorry. Why am I pretending like I have this up here?
You have all the stats pulled up?
No, I don't. And this is an old article.
RL Skill said every season is blockbuster season.
Fuck Screen Rant. It doesn't even show me. Oh, the bottom of the page is where all the stats are. And they have it by. Oh my God. They have it by domestic box office. Okay, Thunderbolts.
I want to know the worldwide
made
box office.
A paltry $369 million.
Worldwide or domestically?
Worldwide.
That's not that much.
To give you an example, 2 years ago was Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. Guardians of the Galaxy made $845.
That movie was also a big hit, though.
Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. You will never guess how much money it made. All these movies came out in the same weekend, by the way.
Did it make $900 million?
$952 million.
Yeah, that movie was hyped up a lot.
I can't believe it almost broke $1 billion. Anyway, so they put this is what happened. They put a list together of all the Marvel movies released on Memorial Day weekend.
Right.
And some of those include Iron Man 3, The Avengers, Avengers: Age of Ultron, Civil War, Guardians 2 and 3, Infinity War, Endgame, like pretty much every Avengers movie actually. Yeah, I just listed them all. And Doctor Strange and Thunderbolts. And Thunderbolts is dead last, and it's by a lot.
That sucks.
Because all of these other movies have made at least $800 million, and obviously all the Avengers movies have made between 1.5.
They've all broke a billion. Yeah.
2.7 billion. So,
against what budget though?
It kind of doesn't matter. I think, like a big enough budget, right? Like, so. I don't know, man. I don't know if this is endemic of like how movies have gone lately, like how the movie theater has become, how box office has gone.
Lilo and Stitch just like made a shit ton of money, but it's also a family film that released on Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah, but I also feel like I don't know, dude. Fewer people. We've talked about this. Fewer people are going to the movies.
Oh yeah, I see comments all the time. It's like, I'm never going to the theater again.
Yeah. People are only going for the big blockbusters. Like, people aren't going every weekend to see whatever's out, which is when we were kids, that's what you did. You went to the movies, and maybe you saw something you didn't really want to watch that bad.
That's just what was playing at the time.
Yeah. Can you imagine that for a second? Like, imagine that. Like, you just go to the theater and you go, I don't really want to watch this that bad, but I'll watch it. Because, like, it's still a movie.
I think that's why I watched Surrogates.
Oh, that movie's okay, though.
I was like, nothing else is playing at the moment.
Actually, I lied. The last time I did that was like a year ago. We saw that Ben Affleck movie called Hypnotic.
I'd never even heard of that movie.
It was okay. It was like painfully okay. Like, kind of bad, but okay. It's about, I don't even remember. It's kind of like, shit. What's that movie called? No, not Insomnia. The other one.
Inception? Okay.
It's like Inception, but like way worse than Inception.
Oh, okay.
Where
they like go into people's dreams.
Yeah, they're a team of like hypnotists, but like they can like basically project. They have like the power. They have like Black Widow power, not Black Widow, Scarlet Witch powers that they can kind of project a reality in your mind, and you're kind of confused for a bit. And if they do it well enough, you don't even know what's real and what's not.
So are they using this to like rob people or something?
They were doing it to like create some sort of false reality to like steal something. I don't remember. It wasn't very.
So it's like Now You See Me, but instead of magicians, they're
hypnotists.
Yeah.
I guess there's got to be another word. There's got to be another word for it. But anyway,
hypnotizers.
I think movies can come back, but the streaming model has to drastically change.
Well, apparently Disney told Tony Gilroy that streaming's dead.
And he was like, well, that's real sad to hear from you guys, but okay. I think when they start to realize that they need to, put maybe less things in streaming and
my thing is,
make
if
them
streaming's
longer.
dead and the theaters are dead, what the hell's happening?
It's TikTok, man. And TikTok's killing it all.
Fuck.
Was that the right thing I just closed? I hope so. Let's go to the next thing.
Oh boy.
King of the Hill actor Jonathan Joss was killed. What happened here, Birdo?
He was shot dead by his neighbor in the south side of San Antonio.
San Antonio police confirmed to USA Today that officers were dispatched to a location of blah 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 blah. The officers attempted life-saving measures. Okay, but sorry, I don't mean to sound disrespectful. I'm just saying like the way the
story is very fluffy.
Yeah. Suspect 56-year-old Sigfredo Alvarez Ceja was detained and booked for murder.
Yes. And the article I'm looking at says that his Jonathan Joss's husband, Tristan Kern de Gonzalez, said that it was a hate crime because they're gay.
Husband alleges shooter yelled homophobic slurs.
Yeah.
But police find no evidence.
But also, apparently, their house was burned down a few months ago after years of the neighbors threatening to burn their house down.
That's insane.
Which is one of the things he talked about in Austin when he got up and started like ranting. Because there was a premiere of like a sneak peek of the new season of King of the Hill in Austin at a convention.
Oh yeah.
And he wasn't invited to the panel because he had there's been some substance abuse issues with him lately as well. So I guess they just didn't want him like in the spotlight. But he showed up and he kind of crashed the panel and started like kind of going off on a rant.
Oh.
And I guess one of the things he said was that his house burned down. And apparently his neighbors burned his house down. And what his husband said happened when he got shot was that the couple went back to the side of their old house, which was burned down after over 2 years of threats from people in the area who repeatedly said they would set it on fire. They returned to the site to check their mail, though, and they discovered the skull of one of their dogs and its harness placed in clear view. This caused both of
What
us.
the fuck?
This caused both of us severe emotional distress. We began yelling and crying in response to the pain of what we saw. And while we were doing this, a man approached us and started yelling violent homophobic slurs at us. He then raised a gun from his lap and fired. He said, Jonathan and I had no weapons. We were not threatening anyone. We were grieving. We were standing side by side when the man fired. Jonathan pushed him out of the way, and he said that he saved his life. And then that's what his husband had to say about it.
If anyone touches a single hair on Kaya's head,
That's fucked up.
I will go ape shit, man.
No, like, isn't that just like messed up?
I will go John Wick on everyone's asses.
And it was just like, it was really sad to just see all this happening to him like over the course of the week. Because like, oh, the King of the Hill show's coming out. Yeah. And then it's like, you see like people talking in the news like, oh, John Redcorn actor is going a little crazy. And then you see again, it's like, oh, he was murdered.
That's
like,
insane.
What?
He wasn't all that crazy then.
I don't think he was all that crazy. I think he was just having a rough time.
That's crazy, man. So yeah, you know, he is the he's from two different. His background's from two different nations, American Indian nations.
I don't know which ones.
I don't either. But I remember reading and be like, oh, that's interesting. He has multiple.
Yeah, because his big roles are John Redcorn and Chief Ken. I can't pronounce his last name, unfortunately, in Parks and Rec.
I don't. Yeah.
Is it Hotate?
I think that's part of the joke. Is that no one knows.
Nobody knows how to say it.
Yeah. Apparently, Chris Pratt and Nick Offerman have said nice things about him too.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was in a few episodes. He was really good in that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, he looks exactly like they drew John Redcorn.
Yeah, like a younger him is like John Redcorn.
No, but when you see him in Parks and Rec, you're like, oh my god, that's him. Like it's just
that's
like,
John Redcorn.
It's like cartoon to yeah. Well, that's really sad.
Yeah.
I think people should get the help that they need.
I think so too. Also, don't murder people.
Oh yeah, maybe don't murder. Have you thought about that, people? Anyway, the new cast of Harry Potter has been revealed. Meet the new faces of Harry, Hermione, and Ron. So here's a picture of them here.
You hate the way Harry looks, don't you?
It's this picture, dude. Okay, I got really excited because I said, oh, look at these three.
Imagine some like circular glasses on him, and I think it fixes it.
Look at these three like little
scamps.
Yeah, these little ragamuffins. Like, I just want to like Hermione and Ron. They're just so cute. I just want to like pat them on the head and kind of like mess up their hair.
Everything's gonna be okay.
And say, just run away. Like go scamp away and play with your friends.
Go be a kid.
Yeah, just pat them on the back. You know, they're adorable. And then Harry. Fucking look at this guy, dude. Like I'm sorry, it's the picture.
Can we get that picture on the stream? Is that possible?
No.
Damn it.
Well, I mean, it's
just
there.
a close up of his
just
face.
Just like try to look as closely as possible. But like he looks like he's gonna sell me a cryptocurrency.
The smile's pretty
it's
weird.
It's just you know what it is. You know,
he's staring dead at the camera.
Yeah, it's not a good start. It's a fake smile. I get it because I'm not an actor. But he's probably fine. He's probably a really great, excellent kid. Okay. Anyway, it's just the picture threw me off. But he looks like Harry Potter.
No, glasses
I'm
and a
it's gonna be
scar.
great.
It's fine. It's fine.
Dominic McLaughlin as Harry Potter. So this kid, relatively new to the industry, but he's previously appeared in a Sky comedy series called Grow, sharing the screen with Nick Frost, who's also a part of the new cast. Nick Frost will be playing Hagrid.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. But apparently they casted or there was an open casting call for tens of thousands of Harry Potters.
Oh, so we're doing the Anakin Skywalker thing.
Yeah, and they get the worst one.
You don't know that.
No, I guess you're right.
And Jake Lloyd wasn't that bad either.
Arabella Stanton as Hermione Granger. Brilliant and fiercely loyal friend. Oh, yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, we know who Hermione is.
Stanton has a background in musical theater, having performed in the West End production of Matilda.
So she's already experienced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cool. Unlike McLaughlin, Stanton was chosen after an extensive audition process, and her casting has been met with enthusiasm from fans eager to blah, 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 blah. Okay, and lastly, Alistair Stout as Ron Weasley. Stout is a newcomer with limited acting credits. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, oh, yeah. I guess that's all it says. And as a reminder, the rest of the cast is John Lithgow as Dumbledore, Janet McTeer as McGonagall. How do you say his name?
Is it Papa?
I don't know. Esiadu as Severus Snape, Nick Frost as Hagrid, Luke Thallon as Quirrell, and Paul Whitehouse as Argus Filch.
I'm still in the camp of, did we need this show?
No, probably not. Yeah, I agree with you. I would have rather them made.
Like, I'm still kind of against them making it in the first place.
Yeah, I think maybe they should have just made better Fantastic Beasts movies.
Yeah, maybe if those weren't shit.
And continue on doing some of that. But I think they just want. I think they kind of think like, hey, like, it's either we make like a weird legacy sequel that maybe the trio doesn't want to do because
they probably don't,
because they're big and they're expensive.
They're big, they're expensive. They probably don't want too much to do with the franchise anymore.
I don't think they do or don't. I think they'd be fine. I don't think that's it. I just think that like I think they're just lukewarm to it, and
there's like eh.
Like Daniel Radcliffe doesn't want to do normal things.
No, everything he's done after Harry Potter has been like some weird project.
Yeah, he's like an avant-garde guy. Good for him. You know,
he got naked on stage.
Underage too, which was weird. Emma Watson, like, she is like a superstar. You know,
I don't see her in much anymore though.
Well, she's not a superstar. She's more of like she's just an influential person when it comes to like fashion.
Oh.
And like she models and stuff.
Okay.
You know, and then like Rupert Grint, like, he's been in a few things.
I don't think he does much acting anymore though.
Yeah, he's probably mostly done. Good for him. They cash giant checks. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
no, they're fine.
Do whatever the
they're
fuck
fine.
you want. Like, you had the weirdest childhood, so like now you get to do whatever the fuck you want.
RL Skill said, "I'm boycotting the fuck out of this show after what JK said." I'm sure a lot of people are.
Is she involved in this at all? I don't think so. I don't think HBO is gonna let her anywhere near it.
I don't know if she's directly involved in any way. I mean, she's gonna make money off of it, but like she's gonna make money off of
her. Yeah,
she's making her money regardless.
There's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah.
And there's bad people behind all the things that we love, like
unfortunately,
like it or hate it. But yeah, boycott whatever you want. I mean, that's great. What was I gonna say? Is it sad? Here's my first thought, and I think racist.
When they call Hermione a mudblood. Yeah, that might be a problem.
I know the real problem is going to be when everyone is mean to Snape, and it's just going to come
for
off,
no reason.
It's just going to come off as so racist. That's the real issue. Is because
Harry's dad is going to look real bad.
The mom said some mean things about him too.
That's
forget.
True. Oh man, the Potters. They're fucked.
Harry's dad hung him from a tree, dude.
They're fucked.
That's a fucking hate crime. That is a historic hate crime. Oh. I'm just saying. But
they're gonna have to change some things.
That's what I'm saying. When they wrote, and they're so careful that they don't want to do that. But when J.K. wrote being mean to Snape, lover or hater, she was picturing a white guy, and so she didn't think about the racial like undertones of the possibility of him being portrayed by a black man. And then now,
now we're gonna find
everything's a hate crime now because people are mean to him, right?
for a lot of times for no reason.
In a different project, you could bake that into the story.
Right.
But I don't necessarily want Harry's parents to be racist.
And then Harry's going to be like, I'm suspicious of Snape, but I don't know why. There's something about him.
Oh my God. I saw someone take out like all of the lines that would make it in that context extremely bad. And, like Ron was always like, just look at him. He's so greasy and ugly.
Oh no.
It's like, okay.
No, you can't I'm curious if they're just going to straight up like change things because of I feel like they have to.
Maybe.
Or they can just let it ride and see what happens.
But is it bad that maybe racism wins? Because when I saw these three kids and I thought, it's pretty close, I was kind of relieved because I don't have to fucking hear about it.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I felt a sigh of relief.
Like, thank God people aren't really going to complain that much.
And then I felt immediate shame for being relieved. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're saying.
And it's because, like, I don't know, like, you can't.
Has anybody complained about Hermione?
Yes. They're still complaining because she looks vaguely Hispanic.
Is she Hispanic?
I don't fucking know, dude. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
It just does, you know what I mean?
She also kind of she looks like Hermione.
She does. Yeah. She's a cute kid with scraggly hair. Like, that's perfect. They look great. Unless if they want to sell me cryptocurrency.
Fucking Harry. But yeah, I'm curious what route they're gonna go. Again, I don't think this show needs to be made at all. Yeah. But whatever.
I'll watch it. I won't be happy about it. But I'm a big Harry Potter fan. I guess I'll see it. Okay, I don't know what number we're on. I'm gonna hit a button. Oh, perfect. Man of Steel 2 by Michael Bay. Did you hear about this?
No, but it's probably not happening.
No, it's not. But apparently it almost did. So I guess in 2022, first of all, there was multiple Superman Man of Steel sequels that were going to happen throughout.
And we got zero.
We got zero of them. Throughout the life of the DCEU. It was like they had one sort of planned.
It's crazy that you just can't make a movie based on the most popular fictional character of all time.
Yeah, right?
Like, what? You just can't do it?
You just can't do it. It's too hard. And they've put it... man, we talked about this a lot, and we'll talk about it for the rest of our lives probably. That, like, there was a moment there around Justice League when DC went, hey, everything is too hard, so let's just do kind of all of these other movies. They didn't want to touch Superman, Batman, Justice League. And they thought, well, let's just focus on all these side characters, and we can kind of like kill time by making those
until
movies.
we figure something out.
Yeah. And then with mixed results because there was Aquaman and there was
hated it.
Wonder Woman 84 and there was
the
Suicide Squad, which was really good.
That was good.
A couple Shazams in there, but like they were so afraid of touching the big ones because they didn't quite know what to do with them. And that's because of what happened on Justice League. And then when everyone wanted Zack Snyder's Justice League, and then what direction were they going to go after that point? And there was a moment during around the time Black Adam happened that yeah, I know. Around that time period, they got Ben Affleck in the door. They got Henry Cavill.
It looked like they were actually going to get something going.
And they were going to get it going again. And so there was a Man of Steel 2 project by Christopher McQuarrie, and he talked about it recently. And basically, like, he thought he had a great movie, and it just wasn't working. And this was earlier. This was before the whole Zack Snyder thing and Joss Whedon thing,
It was before the hierarchy of the DC universe changed.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then later on, when kind of partially thanks to The Rock, that he was like, hey, like, fucking figure it out. Let's get these guys back and figure it out because that's what people want to see. Credit where credit's due. Like, he got Henry Cavill back in the door
for a scene.
They were no, this was the movie they were going to plan, and apparently Michael Bay was involved.
I don't know if that would have been great.
I think Michael Bay. I think we talk a lot of shit about him. He can probably produce the hell out of a movie, and
he can produce the hell out of a movie.
It'd be fine. I mean,
don't want him directing.
I don't either. Yeah, and I wouldn't at the time either. But apparently that's what was going to happen, and that just came out recently. So that would have been in 2022. So
okay.
right around the Black Adam time.
It's like right before Black Adam. No, it was around the same time. Yeah.
Around the same time, but that was the movie that was gonna follow it. They were
Oh.
gonna. So the plan was, which is what everyone wanted at the time, was, hey, go back to your bread and butter.
So they almost gave the fans what they wanted.
Yeah,
Okay.
you had the character Superman was brought back in Justice League, right? He was mentioned a bunch of times. You couldn't figure out what to do with Henry Cavill. You couldn't figure out what to do with Superman, but like go back to that, do a Man of Steel 2, and they were almost did it, and then they hired James Gunn, who said, "Nah, full reboot."
Which at the end of the day might be the best call because it was getting a little messy. But
yeah, no, I mean, like, it's,
yeah.
look, and I've said this, like, I'm not mad that the universe is getting rebooted. I'm mad that it never
really got
ended.
started.
It never,
or-
it never
got started.
It got started. It just didn't. It didn't hit its high point and didn't end on its own terms. That's what I'm mad about. And what we talked about like a year or two ago, we mentioned how like the whole plan was that it was going to end around this time anyway. Like Zack Snyder had a plan. He was like, oh yeah, and then at the end of this movie, everyone pretty much dies, and then we get like a flash forward, and then you reboot it.
So all they had to do was make the movies.
Yeah, they could have just made it, and we'd be in the same exact place right now. It'd be like, oh, James Gunn gets to make his movies now.
Right.
Like, and then it's kind of like everyone's happy. So anyway, Spider Nerd says he never really cared about Man of Steel, but he's excited for the new Superman. Yeah, sure.
It looks good.
Yeah, can people accept this version is done? Yeah, I mean that's what this is. It's just this just came out recently.
It was something that was planned.
Michael Bay, and we knew like there were different versions of Man of Steel 2 that were in and out of production, but all right.
Instead, we got BVS. What the fuck was that?
Okay. I kind of can't wait to do all those movies again. Anyway, guys, that's it for the news from the Phantom Zone. Thank you for watching. And thank you for being here live, or thank you for watching over on. This is not the right thing.
Over on Twitch.
No. I was gonna say on our Patreon.
On our Patreon. Fuck.
And we'll see you guys next time with more news. Goodbye.
Bye.
Alrighty. All right, let's get rolling.
Oh God, I forgot everything that happened in Daredevil.
Yeah, we should have probably like watched a recap just to get fresh. I think we'll be fine. Oh shit, no, I need that.
I think talking about it, like I'll remember the plot and stuff. I might not remember all the talking points I had like while the show was current.
Oh, I kind of like try to copy some of those over on the thing so I could at least have them. Let's go to main.
But yeah, Spider-Man. I'm actually kind of excited for the new Superman movie. Also,
I'd be more excited if he didn't look so stupid. I hate that costume so bad.
I like it.
It's so bad. I cannot stand it. I can't.
You just hate the.
I hate
the
all.
trunks
I
on
hate
the
the trunks. I hate the fit. I hate the colors.
They'll change it in the next movie anyway, like they
they
always
fucking
do.
better.
They never keep any costume the same between two movies.
Well, in Marvel, well,
No,
okay,
you
yeah.
gotta sell new toys.
No, I know.
You gotta know this is the version from this movie.
That's yeah. It better fucking go that way, man. Because I hate it so much.
You don't like classic Superman look?
Yeah, like in a comic. I don't think it works on a person. And we have to see the thing is that nostalgia.
It's like the head sock on Anthony Mackie.
Bro, yeah, yeah, exactly. And I'm so glad they just did it for that one thing, because that was bad.
Oh, apparently Anthony Mackie hated it too. He was like, it was very uncomfortable. It was just there.
But yeah, Spider-Nerd loves it. It's just like
I think a lot of people like it.
I hate it. I really don't like it, and it looks. It doesn't look. I don't know how to say this. It doesn't look real, and obviously it's not real. None of it's real, but it doesn't look like it's real in universe either. You know what I mean?
No.
It looks like a costume in universe. It doesn't look like Superman's wearing that and fighting in it. Like,
I don't know.
does that make sense?
No, not to me.
Why do you keep saying Bjorn again? Did I spell it wrong somewhere?
I don't think so.
Hold on. I've checked. It might be. Are you on Instagram?
He's all paranoid now.
Yeah. I keep saying that. I'm like, what the fuck did I do? Anyway.
Oh shit! The seller accepted my offer.
So you got what you want. You have to buy.
I
this
got
thing
what I
now.
wanted. Damn it! Now I have to pay for it.
Birdo.
I threw a lowball offer down thinking he wouldn't accept it, and he did.
Well, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I've already been charged. Okay.
You don't get to just like pretend buy stuff on eBay. That's not how that works.
Like, damn it, they accept it.
Like you're just like fantasizing about, wait, what if I buy this? Oh, you already put an offer in.
Well, I now own a Wavebird controller.
Nice.
Sabdrab, Roberto. I'm playing Star Wars Outlaws. Don't know why people hated this game. Loving it.
I might.
It's a great game.
I might play that. I might buy it and play
It's
it. I should finish
the
Spider-Man.
game that you can get the closest to like being in the Star Wars universe. I feel like besides like Star Wars Galaxies way back in the day.
That's what I've heard. I've heard that like
you can play
you
like
feel
Sabacc
like you're in
and
Star
stuff.
Wars.
Yeah.
Just like walking around places, you're like,
Yeah.
this is Star Wars.
Yeah, you can walk around, just pick up like quests from different like crime syndicates. You could kill time and like play Sabacc in a cantina if you want to. You can get your ship and fly into space.
That sounds really fun.
You can hop on a swoop bike and just drive around. It's good. It's a good game.
Is it open world or is it like?
It's like semi-open. Like there's different planets
It's not
that
an
have like
RPG.
huge.
It's not an RPG though, right?
No, it's like a stealth third-person shooter
Oh,
slash
okay.
action slash. It's
But it's not on rails either, right? It's kind of open world.
yeah.
Cool.
No, it's genuinely good. Like it's the missions are like doing GTA missions.
Okay, yeah.
Like you go talk to someone, they're like, "Oh, go do this."
Yeah, I love
Yeah.
GTA.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can't get GTA for another year anyway, so I might as well. Fuck.
GTA Star Wars might be like putting too much on it, but
okay.
it's like that style though.
No, yeah, that's fine.
yeah.
I'm not. Yeah,
But
yeah,
it is a good game. I will die on that hill. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Spider Nerd says I think the Superman costume is the only one that can look like a costume because he doesn't need it to be all fancy. Yeah, no, it's like he's got a big dumb ass on his. Like I get it. I just don't like it.
My favorite Superman costume is this is gonna be a weird one. It was called I think it was just called Superman Blue.
Yeah, he's all white and blue.
Yeah, he was all white and blue.
Superman blue. And
His
Superman
hair was kind of
red.
weird.
Yeah.
He like split. Did he split into like red and blue?
He split into two different people.
Okay.
After his like resurrection or something like that.
For some reason, I really like the blue costume. I thought it was
Yeah.
cool looking. I think that was also one of the first Superman comics I read was like in that little series. So I was like, oh, Superman looks awesome.
Oh, Philly's here.
Oh, Philly's here. Electric blue Superman from the 90s. Yeah, it was definitely the 90s. That was also when Superman had a mullet,
Yes.
which was also cool. I'm a fan of mullet Superman.
I don't know what to say, man. I don't like it. I just hope he changes to a different trunk-less costume halfway through the movie. I hope the whole thing is a big ol' bait and switch.
Does he have like the
And it's
underwear on the outside?
Yeah, and it's all loose fitting.
So what happens if he takes off the underwear on the outside? He's still just wearing.
I forgot what I was saying. Probably. But
His dick's not just going to be flopping out.
yeah. No, I'm assuming the pants are full pants and not just like assless chaps.
I don't mind the way it
wearing.
looks, but also like it is weird. Like when you just think about it, you're like, why are you wearing your underwear on the
You
outside?
gotta remember, like the whole concept of the underwear came from the need to, like,
Maybe it's just to hide his
when,
bulge.
When they drew I'm saying when they drew the character in the fucking 30s, they had like 8 colors to use.
Yeah.
You understand? They didn't have the resources or time to do all the hatching and cross hatching and depth and shading that they do today.
I feel like we didn't get any of that till like that little animated.
To like the 80s, dude.
Oh no, that animated little Superman thing. What is it? The
Fleischer
Fleischer?
show. Yeah.
That also introduced some powers too that he didn't have
like
before.
flying.
and the ice breath, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, that's why they gave him that. It's the same reason, like, Mario looks the way he does. Because they needed to make a recognizable human in, like, the 16-bit. He was this big on the screen. And they had, like literally, like, 20 pixels to do it in. And
He
so
was
like,
Jumpman.
Yeah, and so they're like, okay, well, shit, I guess he's wearing overalls? Because his sleeves have to be a different color than his pants and his shirt.
So I guess he's a plumber.
And then, like, well, yeah. And then it's like, well, I guess, like, also, like, he has, like, we got to give him a mustache. Otherwise, you can't, he just
Otherwise,
has a
it's
blob
a
for
blank
face.
face. Yeah.
So it's just like, oh, cool. So he's an Italian plumber. Like, that's how that idea was born.
That lives in New York.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, why can't we just fucking, like, I don't know, just fucking change it. It's okay to change it.
He really hates this costume.
Like, it's okay to change it. And the best Superman has ever looked is when he, like in the
when
comics.
he had a mullet in the 90s.
No, when he's not wearing his dumbass underwear. And he has a belt. There's a belt. Oh my God. I went
Superman
to,
with the mullet, and I think he had an eye patch, and like his S was metal. What am I thinking of?
his S was metal.
Maybe I'm mixing like
multiple
characters together.
When he was in the black suit, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So the other day I went to this museum, and they were doing like a DC thing, and it was really cool. It was for kids.
Okay.
It was a lot of fun, and I deleted it. God damn it. Oh, fuck, I deleted it. Hold on. I'm going to look it up real quick.
Actually, yeah, black suit Superman in the 90s is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty badass. I'm so happy they did black suit Superman in
the way
Zack
they did is kind of
Snyder's.
half-assed, though, but it's still cool.
What do you mean? It looked good. It looked good for being a CGI thing.
Yeah, didn't they just like, let's swap the colors?
Yeah. They just swapped the colors. Because he wanted to do it live, and they said no. So it was
Oh.
filmed in blue and red, and then he just changed it.
I'm just gonna post a picture of the
What are you
Superman
saying?
I'm talking about in the general chat of our Discord.
Spider-Man hates the Man of Steel suit. You know why you hate it? Because it's difficult to cosplay. That's why. Because it is so high quality.
But yeah, Philly, Superman comes out early July. I think it comes out a week before Fantastic Four does. July is going to be a busy month for us.
Okay. This is the best Superman has ever looked in comics. Look at that. It's perfect.
I don't know about the best.
It's perfect. See this?
I don't
You
know,
see
guys.
this?
I don't know.
This is it right here.
That looks like Justice League merch from 2004.
Just a belt. Just give him a belt. That's all you need.
2 weeks before
The belt
Fantastic
doesn't
Four.
even have to be red. It looks
He
good.
doesn't even need a belt.
Well, no, I mean, yeah, like I kind of, you know what though, when he has a really high
What about
S,
this?
like in Man of Steel, yeah, and in Man of Steel,
That is
it's
badass.
that high up too, but he doesn't have his belt is blue. I like how it's just like all blue. It has like a form to it. It looks cool. It's almost like the long Amazing Spider-Man spider you like.
Oh, that one's a good one.
That's what I'm saying. You see, you understand about like the form and how it kind of like
I get it.
it's got drip.
I wouldn't. You sound old.
Yeah, we do sound old when we try to sound young. Okay, anyway, we're not talking about Superman anymore.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah, so do the red belt if you need separation. Oh, I hate this. Let's get going. We've been recording. Welcome to Where's Mephisto, your bonus podcast where we watch whatever's currently streaming and ask the burning question on everyone's mind. Where the fuck is Mephisto? He should have shown up by now.
Isn't he showing up in Ironheart or something?
Yeah, maybe.
That comes out like the end of the month. Oh shit, that comes out the end of the month.
Damn it! That's our next thing. That might be him. I don't know. We'll see.
We might be close.
So this podcast is we're running out of time, guys. So, Berto, where are we looking for him today?
Daredevil, Born Again.
Yeah, we're wrapping
I
it
think.
up. We're just gonna wrap it all up. We did 3 episodes.
We were supposed to be a Daredevil podcast.
I know you said that. You
did.
You overpromised and underdelivered. So
I watched them all the second they came out.
I
too.
know. I watched them like the day after they'd come out, and so yeah, we did some other things. It's been hard lately. We were never gonna be this podcast that did episodic like we did with She-Hulk. That's the most on top of this shit we've ever been.
We also had more free time back then.
Yeah, but now I figured we were gonna do it every like 3-4 episodes. That didn't happen.
We didn't do that for Andor either.
So here we are. Hold on. I'm looking for. I need like this. Not what I want. I need this. And I need this. This. Yes. Okay. Cool. And I need to like zoom in a lot.
Whoa.
Fuck.
But then you can't read it when you zoom out a lot.
No, I need to zoom in.
Oh.
I need to be able to see it from way the fuck over here. So anyway, we did the first 3 episodes of Daredevil Born Again, and we watched them all. We just don't necessarily remember them perfectly, so we're just gonna kind of run through these episodes.
It's been like 2 months.
I've got some notes, and we'll kind of talk about how what we thought about the show loosely and kind of go through this quickly, so we can move on to Andor because we need to talk about that too.
Before we forget everything.
Yeah, what's going on in the chat right now?
We're turning into Phantom Zone Summer, the Summer Zone. What happens to the bit if Mephisto actually shows up?
That's a good question.
Philly said we changed the podcast to There's Mephisto, but Spider Nerd said we'll just look for his next appearance, which makes more sense.
Oh, well, I guess, yeah. Episode 4, Sic Semper Systema. Anyway, we listened to the last one, but we talked about...
Doesn't that mean down with the system?
I don't speak Latin.
I used to speak Latin.
This one is written by Jeffrey... What?
Thus always to the system. Oh.
Thus always to the system. This thing's a lawyer thing, right?
Trust the system.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of what...
Well, this whole episode's about how the system's flawed.
I don't remember what this episode's about. Let's read it.
Oh, my God.
Directed by Jeffrey... how do you say his name? How would you say his name?
Nacho.
There's no Nacho there.
Notchmanoff?
Notchmanoff. That sounds good. Written by David Feige and Jesse Wigoto. And also, we mentioned David Feige, no relation.
No relation to Kevin.
No relation.
He's like a lawyer or something. He's a lawyer writer.
Oh, yeah. He's like the
Something
lawyer.
like that,
Yeah,
yeah.
He's the expert. Matt Murdock is confronted by Ayala's niece, Angela Del Toro, who believes the police are responsible for Alaya's death. Murdock comforts her with hope that his killer will be brought to justice. At marriage counseling, Fisk and Vanessa discuss her affair with Adam, and Glenn privately asks Vanessa if she feels safe around Fisk. Fisk's plan to rebuild the city ports faces several hurdles, including bureaucratic procedures, gang infighting, and his protege Daniel Blake drunkenly leaking details to BB Urich, who reports that Fisk is a union buster. Despite his anger, Fisk decides not to fire Blake when the latter expresses his deep loyalty. That was very interesting. If I could just stop for 1 second, but let's keep going. Matt Murdock investigates the sites of Ayala's murder and finds a bullet casing with Punisher's symbol on it. He tracks down Frank Castle and suggests that he should take responsibility for those who are misusing the Punisher symbol. Frank Castle calls out Matt for not killing Dex as retribution for Nelson's death. Later that night, Murdock practices with his Daredevil billy clubs. Fisk eats dinner next to an imprisoned Adam, and the masked serial killer Muse drains blood from a victim.
Whoa.
I recall liking this episode a lot.
This is the one with there was also the, like, Matt's trying to help out that guy that got arrested for stealing Fiddle Faddle.
Oh, yeah. Is that this one?
Yeah, that's this episode.
We get that lawyer who he flirts with for one scene, and then we never see her again.
He has more chemistry with her than he did with Heather, I feel like.
It's possible. But I also feel like, because with Heather, there was more of like a reluctant relationship. Like, he didn't really want to go on a date. He didn't want to get back
into one, yeah.
But if he'll use his wit and his charming good looks to, like, for his career, you know, to like win a case or get what he wants. So the way he flirts with her, like,
and the way she clearly wants more.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, you're gonna get this guy off. Like, he's gonna get, and then you're gonna get off.
Whoa. But yeah, a lot of this is just like, there's multiple examples in here how like the system just isn't working, and it's like with the guy with the fiddle faddle. It's like he's constantly being arrested and just being let off and then coming back in. Can you
explain what fiddle faddle is?
It's like it's a snack, like a popcorn snack.
Is it real or is it for this movie?
I don't know if it's real, but they say it like 15 times in this episode. So
I don't think it's real. I just think it's funny that, like, yeah, he's getting
fiddle faddle.
He just keeps on getting like
arrested
for the dumbest things.
Yeah, I gotta look it up. Fiddle faddle. Fiddle faddle. It's real.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it's like a little popcorn snack, like caramel corn. You can buy some at Walmart right now for $8. Seems
$8.
a little pricey.
Seems a little high, yeah.
No wonder he's stealing that shit.
I'd steal it too.
It seems similar to like Cracker Jacks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
But like, yeah, it's almost like Matt's, because he's trying to like do things like by the book through the system, like with Hector's death and all that. It's almost like this episode's telling him like, hey, that might not work.
Yeah. Well, it's a slow burn throughout this entire show.
Yeah,
Which is something I really love.
Because his conversation with Frank, which was incredible, by the way, it kind of ends up with the same thing. Frank telling him like, dude, like, the lawyer shit isn't gonna work for this. Like, you need to get back out there.
Right.
Like,
speaking of chemistry, the chemistry that they have as like foils, not like in a romantic way, but like I'm saying like
they could be.
Well, he makes a lot of jokes. He's like, "Oh, you put that on for me."
Clearly, it was for Karen, but
no, their chemistry is so fucking good. They might be my favorite duo in all of Marvel. Like, is there a better two actors going kind of
just
back
watching
and
them
forth?
Talk is interesting.
It's the best.
It's electric.
I'm just saying, like, I don't know, man. There's like, I'm so bad with names, dude.
Are you trying to say the Punisher actor's name?
No, I'm trying to say like any other Marvel actor.
Oh,
any other two Marvel actors don't have what these guys have.
RDJ and Chris Evans.
I was gonna say like even RDJ and whomever else. It's not
the same.
It's not the same as this. Like these guys, I would watch them. I mean, like, and then this is kind of what
I'd watch
is.
another 4 episodes of them sitting on a roof talking.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%. I was gonna say like I'd watch a show with just them, and I'm like, that's not too different from what we're getting here, and maybe later with a Punisher thing, but
yeah.
So quick reminder, this was mostly like
old.
These middle episodes are from the old
version
production.
of the show. Yeah,
with the exception of Frank Castle,
because he did not.
New.
He was not originally coming back because
Right.
supposedly he did not like the direction they were going to take his character in.
Yeah.
So I'm curious what they were going to do.
That stuff's new. The rest of the stuff is old. The way, and that's why I've said before, the way that they kind of Frankenstein this, it might be the best Frankensteining there's ever been on a TV show or movie. Because usually you see all the seams. You go.
I think you could still see him a little bit.
At no point during this episode you go, oh, this is clearly shot later with Frank Castle in it. It doesn't fit the rest of the episode. No, it's edited really well. That
a lot of people
know.
actually said that scene didn't really fit the rest of the episode.
But I feel like there's a bias from people that know because they know the
because they already know all of it. Yeah,
I think if you take a person who didn't know all that and you show them this, at no point will they go, man, like some of this stuff doesn't vibe. You know?
Yeah, I think if you are going in blind, we're, as Thanos would say, cursed with knowledge.
Yeah.
So it's like we were hyper aware of everything happening behind the scenes during the production of this. Mostly because we're such big Daredevil fans. Like we were following that shit like real close. But yeah, I do think overall it was a good episode. How do you feel about the introduction of Muse at the end?
I thought it was fine. I don't love that kid. Yes, I guess I was gonna say spoilers.
We called it the second we saw him.
Yeah, no, it's
we're like, so it's that guy, right?
Yeah, it's that guy. And so like, look, I don't think Muse needs to do anything in this show because he's not like the main villain.
I think he was supposed to be.
Well, I'm glad they wrote it differently because he's basically just a villain. Like this TV show in general feels the most like a TV show other than She-Hulk has. You know?
Well, I think it's because they were originally trying to make it like a TV show.
Well, yeah,
because it was supposed to be a 18 episode season.
Yeah, and they broke the idea up into 2 seasons,
and now we're just
season 2.
Whatever season 2 is, I think is going to be wholly original stuff, right?
Well, I think maybe the main idea is still there.
Maybe.
Again, they liked a lot of what the first guys did.
It just wasn't coming together, right? Yeah.
So, no, I'm saying like this show feels episodic in a very good way. Like each episode is distinct from each other, and then there's some plot lines and some characters and some arcs that carry on from episode to episode, but don't necessarily like. So like a big problem I thought with the Netflix show was, all 13 episodes is like one big arc, and it just made the shows so long.
I kind of like that only because of the way they released it. Because they released it all in one day. It was meant to be binged.
Yeah, but it's 13 hours.
I did it.
Like, that's crazy.
I did it. And I was fine.
Well, I'm saying, like, this was how many episodes was 9? So this was close to 9 hours. And it's just like, again, like, you see Muse doesn't show up until episode 4 and he's gone by episode 7. You know, like, that's what a normal TV show would do.
Yeah, I thought Muse could have been really handled a lot better. And, like, we'll get to it when we get to his episode. But I do think he was kind of, I don't know, wasted a little bit.
I thought it was okay.
And he also could have been built up a lot better too.
I'll just say, from what I got, I didn't want more of him, and I didn't need less either.
Also, they didn't make him an inhuman like he is in the comics, and that pissed me off.
I kind of like that he's just some guy, though.
He's supposed to be an inhuman.
But what does he need superpowers for?
Because
what if he's just like a
needed
psycho?
it to link to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
I like that he's just a psycho, because you know what? Like, Daredevil is the most Batman of Marvel
people say
characters.
Moon Knight is, but no, it's Daredevil.
It's kind of both, but like
Moon Knight's got like the whole millionaire thing and going
sure.
in the comimes, or billionaire, whatever, because he
whatever they're doing now,
whatever he yeah.
However much, whatever inflation's at, right? Whatever comic book.
It was like, oh, I'm a
inflation is.
millionaire, and it's like, oh, whoa, and I was like, no, you ain't shit unless you're a billionaire now.
Right. No, it was fine. Again, I like that he wasn't. If it was 13 episodes or 9 episodes of what's Muse doing behind the scenes, and they finally get to fight in episode 13, I would not have enjoyed that at all.
I would have been cool with
that. He plays
that.
a very important part. He moves the plot where he needs to. He informs the characters where he needs to.
Well, he's the reason
he puts Heather.
Daredevil's back.
Yeah, and he put right. Yeah. Well, there's a bunch
one of many reasons why Daredevil's back.
I like that it's like this, like a cumulative thing. Like, so many things are pushing him back to being Daredevil, and like it's just to the point where he breaks in a few episodes, and he's just like, it's the system didn't work for this, and maybe I'm fucking done.
Well, yeah, and it was the same thing with Fisk. The system wasn't working for him too. Everything he wanted to do, there was red tape surrounding it.
Oh yeah,
and he had to listen to kids horribly singing "We Built This City."
Was that in this episode?
That was in this episode.
Oh my god! Yeah, why wasn't that in the thing? That was so fucking good.
Yeah, I guess like the main idea of this episode is just like both Matt and Fisk are trying to do things like the right way by the system, and it's not working. It's not working out for them, and that's why at the end we see he starts practicing with his billy clubs again, and we see Fisk, which before this he was only eating like a little bit of he was eating very healthy. At the end of this, he's eating like a giant like sausage pasta.
Oh.
While we see Homeboy in prison, Jared Leto lookalike.
Oh, Adam?
Yeah.
I called it from episode 1. By the way, I said
he's got him chained up somewhere.
I said this guy's in a fucking basement. And yep, there he is. All right, let's move on. Episode 5, With Interest. On St. Patrick's Day, Murdoch goes to what?
I like this episode.
Oh, okay. On St. Patrick's Day, Murdoch goes to New York Mutual Bank to discuss a loan for his law firm. Oh, this one? I love this one. I hate that people don't like it.
The bottle episode.
I love this episode. His application is denied by assistant bank manager Yusuf Khan due to the firm's penchant for taking on clients who cannot afford to pay. After Murdoch leaves, a group of criminals led by Devlin enter the bank and take everyone hostage. They work for Luca and are attempting to steal $1.8 million they need to pay Victor. I
don't remember who Victor was.
I don't think it matters. Like, all these names don't matter.
Well, Luca was one of the people working for Fisk that was being threatened by
Irish
Vanessa.
Guy? Yeah. Murdoch hears them and returns to the bank. When the police arrive, Devlin talks to the hostage negotiator, Detective Angie Kim. Murdoch takes out 2 of the robbers while Khan stalls for time at the bank vault. Murdoch opens the vault and they find a rare diamond that the robbers are targeting. Murdoch pretends to give the diamond to Devlin as the police officers enter the bank. Devlin gives the parcel to an accomplice among the hostages, who later realizes that she does not have the diamond. Devlin disguises himself as a police officer and leaves, but is caught and injured by Murdoch.
Injured is putting it lightly.
Yeah, I know, right? He got his shit rocked, man. Later,
I don't think he'll ever walk again, actually.
Later, Murdoch secretly returns the diamond and accepts an offer to have dinner with Khan's family.
I need to see that payoff one day.
I know, right? So Yusuf Khan, this is Kamala Khan's dad.
It's a little jarring to see such a lighthearted character in this show.
But he does really well, I
He
think.
does, and he's a good liar.
And this is
This
is sort of a lighthearted episode in
kind
parts.
of.
It's also like a high stakes
Yeah,
bank heist.
and it's a bottle episode like
Sure.
through and through, which is nice.
I loved it.
Yeah.
I love
every TV show. I feel like needs one.
Yeah.
A lot of people weren't fans of this though, including Charlie Cox when they were filming it.
He didn't like it, but then I think he admitted that once he watched it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said something along those
he was,
lines.
that he was wrong and it was pretty good.
It was like the Mark Hamill Last Jedi comments. Where it's like, yeah, I didn't really like what they were doing, and then afterwards, I was like, huh,
Even when you have the
Okay.
script in front of you, like you don't know.
you're
know
not
how
gonna know
it's
what the final
end up,
product's gonna
you know?
come out as. Yeah,
Like people
because filming this was probably like, what does this have to do with anything that we've been doing
right,
so far?
Like you
Yeah.
don't know. I love this episode because
Because it came out the day after St. Patrick's Day,
oh it did.
or the week of St. Patrick's Day.
Yeah. That was nice. That's nice. It's like old school TV where they would like line up the holidays,
Yeah.
and do specials. I like that Matt is gotten to this point. At least he's presented with the perfect opportunity or a perfect example of when the law doesn't work fast enough. Like the system
Yeah.
will not stop this bank heist.
No, like
Live.
they will not get here in time,
Like,
and
the
also there's the
police
whole
are
hostage situation.
Yeah, like the police are trying their best, but they still won't do it in time.
Yeah,
And that sometimes intervention, if possible, if he's available to do it, could be necessary. And he's not going to sit idly by, as you see, because he decides to go back to the bank. He was free.
doesn't he like tell his partner like, "Hey, call 911," and then he like
I
throws his
remember,
phone. Like, why didn't you call 911? And were you hoping or thinking that the detective was going to be Yuri Watanabe instead of Angie Kim?
Oh.
I was like, oh, it's Detective Yuri. And then she goes, this is Detective Angie Kim. I'm like, oh, damn it.
That would have been a fun
Little connection.
It depends on if they can do that, honestly.
I don't know if they're allowed.
I don't know what they can or can't do. It's
Because
and
I think she is a Spider-Man character.
And we talked about this with Fisk. It's hard to you need to be a lawyer to understand where they can and cannot use Fisk and how.
Because
and
apparently they can't use him in Marvel movies.
apparently not.
They could potentially use him in a Sony movie though.
but I think Sony could because they have.
Yeah.
and they did it in animated.
Yeah.
So
it's like he could
He could be in a
Spider-Man
He could be in a
movie
Spider-Man
because
movie.
Sony's the one making those.
yeah.
But I don't know, legal rights and all that
Who knows,
shit. When
man.
are they bringing Scorpion back?
And their deal that they made, yeah.
Just give us Matt Gargan again, played by Michael Mando. That'd be incredible.
Yeah, so we got to move on, but I really like this episode. I like that again. He is presented with a real humdinger of a situation. Right?
Did you like his little Irish accent?
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. And also, we forget he's British.
Yeah. And
and I love
just the
bank
Yusuf Khan stuff is good too. Like the
Yeah.
connection to the rest of the MCU.
Yeah, that's fun. And I didn't think it's too much fan service at all.
I didn't think so either.
It's
Like we knew
he's a bank teller,
we knew
right?
he was a bank teller. Yeah.
That's
in
not
Jersey
too-
City. That's a short trip.
Yeah, that's the perfect kind of random cameo where people are gonna say, "Oh, it's forced." I'm like, "What is it though?"
It
Because
would have been forced if it was another superhero.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. He kind of works. He works at a bank.
Right.
I don't know. I know there's more banks in New York City, but still.
A forced one would be, Kamala Khan came to save her dad.
Yeah, sure.
Because she somehow knew he was in trouble in New York
Yeah.
City.
So anyway, but I also really like when this might be a little fan service, but I loved it. All of the bad guys are using different color scarves
Oh, yeah.
as masks and stuff, or they're using different color scarves on there. So it was to I guess fuck with the people, the hostages' perception of who is who when one of them blends in with them or something like that.
Yeah.
Anyway, cheap views.
Wow.
And then when he finally decides to hide his identity and beat people up, he picks the red scarf and he puts the red scarf on, and now he's kind of Daredevil again. That was great.
Philly said if Deadpool and Wolverine isn't too
love
much
the
fan service, this
controls.
definitely isn't. I agree with that. Why can we not ban people on our own
Because
account?
I haven't. Again, this is a new program.
Oh,
so
you don't have the interface up.
I guess not. Yeah, well, Philly, if you can ban that guy, that'd be great. Um,
Also,
thank you.
oh yeah.
Well, you're gonna say something? 'Cause I can go get
No,
another beer.
no, you're good. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go get another beer.
Also, Philly resubbed.
Oh, thank you, Philly.
Why did we not get that notification? Thank you for the resub.
Yeah, we gotta work on a few things. We're gonna take a 2-minute. I want to get another. Okay, I'm back, and I want to see all of the Superman suits y'all are talking about. Wait, where is this? General?
General, yeah.
Uh. Wait, is Philly for real? That one's insane.
That one's cool. That's from Injustice, right?
Oh, is it? I guess.
Have you played those games?
No,
I think you would like them.
never played Injustice. This is fighting games, right?
It's a fighting game, yeah.
Well,
but it has like a story.
narrative, yeah.
There's a narrative, yeah. I think you would like it just for the narrative.
Okay, Spider Nerd says he absolutely could make this suit if he wanted to. It'd just be a pain.
He just doesn't like it, okay?
I don't know. That is tailored, like And it's see, that's beautiful. That's Superman. Anyway.
I don't even like the character. Let me enjoy one of the suits. That's fine. That's fine.
Wait, who? Hold on. Oh, Sable's here. She's about to walk in on us.
Oh, she'd be like, "Hey, what's up?"
I brought a blanket because.
What the fuck?
When you podcast from your house,
Just enjoy the cold because we ain't getting any cold weather for about 9 months.
I just want to be cozy, and I was chilly.
Okay.
Hold on, Sable's here. Hey, babe.
Hi.
Roberto's here also.
She knows.
Okay, we're in here. I love you. Oh, okay. All right, well, I'm going to leave this open then for Kaya.
So she can just shove it open with her head.
If she needs to. Okay, let me get my blanket on like a child, and we can move on. Okay, where were we? Are we still recording?
I miss cold weather.
Everyone
says hi, Sable.
Sable says hi, everyone.
She said, "Whoa!" Tell them I said hi.
Well, I mean, okay. Okay, episode 6. Are you still talking to us? Yes. Episode 6, Excessive Force. After the failed robbery, Luca visits Fisk and refuses to pay the $1.8 million to Victor. Oh, yeah, because they had to... Oh, yeah, that's why he needed the money, because there was some of their fucking goons killed each other.
Yeah.
And as punishment for infighting, Vanessa was like, you owe him money.
Didn't
for the
Vanessa
dead
set
guy.
that up, too?
Did she?
I don't...
She might have.
She might have. She's evil, man.
She's the real kingpin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fisk raises the amount to $2.8 million. He
Oh.
gives Luca a week to pay it. He then learns from the city sanitation department that Muse is using human blood in his street art.
The
That
way
one
this
guy-
scene played out was...
That one guy was so good. Well,
the sanitation department guy.
you know what? This show is so good. It's comparing like Fisk's like the men that used to report to Fisk and as criminals with the utmost respect and fear of Fisk because of what their job is.
Yeah.
These tough guy personas. And then here you got some union guy who's like, oh yeah, so I was doing this, blah blah blah. And they're like, get to the point, dude. It's like, oh yeah, it's blood.
It's blood. There's blood in it.
There's blood in the paint.
And if this is like, wait, what?
It's funny because like he doesn't really want to be mayor. He wants to be kingpin.
Right.
Like,
So it's like, oh, now I have to solve this issue.
Fisk.
Oh yeah.
Fisk learns. Wait. Muse later leaves bodies of 2 victims next to a new mural as public confirmation of his actions.
Oh yeah, those girls
Fisk-
were like, oh my god, are you Muse?
Oh yeah, what idiots. Fisk learns of this during a fundraiser with the city's elites, including socialite Jack Duquesne.
My man.
I know, I love this guy. Who are against his port rebuild plans. To deal with Muse, Fisk establishes an anti-vigilante task force with additional powers and recruits notorious police officers such as Powell and the former detective Cole North.
Whoa.
Why does he get a
Yeah, why does he have his own
article?
thing?
Oh, there's not really one. Angela believes Ayala was investigating Muse before his death and asks Murdoch to continue his work. That's the niece, right?
Yeah, yeah, Angela, yeah.
Yeah. When Murdoch refuses, she goes herself and is abducted by Muse. Alerted to her disappearance, Murdoch finally decides to suit up as Daredevil. Finally.
Yeah.
He finds Muse's lair, fights Muse, and rescues Angela, but Muse gets away. Meanwhile, Fisk gives Adam an axe and challenges him to a fight in which Fisk beats him and drags him back into a cell.
The end of this episode was so good.
Yeah. Again, they're just keep on putting, these 2 characters having the same exact trajectory of falling back into their old habits.
and it's like they're happening at the same time in real time, it seems like. And it's like they're both really trying, but
yeah,
it's
not just in editing. Like it's
no,
happening.
like it's happening at the same. They're the same. They're the same person.
Yeah.
It goes all the way back to fucking season 1 when Fisk is like, "We're the same," and Matt's like, "I'm nothing like you." On the walkie-talkie. But yeah, when Matt like learns that Angela was like basically missing, and he calls 911, thinks about it for a second, and just says "fuck it" and suits up.
Oh yeah. He literally says "fuck it," right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so good. Let's move on. Episode 7. Art for art's sake. A recuperating Angela tells the police that Daredevil saved her and directs him to Muse's lair. Kim reports to Fisk, who is angry that Daredevil has returned, that the primary suspect for Muse is a troubled young man named Bastian Cooper.
I thought it was Sebastian. Maybe it is Bastion.
Well, that's what this says.
Whatever.
Luca asks Vanessa to return to her criminal activities behind Fisk's back. In a session with Glenn, Bastion thanks her for helping him to embrace his true identity. Remember, like earlier in the show, he wanted a thing.
He wanted he got her to sign up
A book,
a book, and then he was like,
he's a big fan.
"I need help," and that was the last time we saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is my issue with the character, because they could have at least had him have like 2 sessions with her or something,
Oh, like
instead of jumping straight to the
like
fucking,
build him up, have a little
Yeah.
bit more of a character depth.
instead we jump straight to like the climax of that storyline, which is like
Yeah, I'll
it's a
give
little
you that.
jarring.
Yeah, I'll give you that for sure.
Yeah.
She realizes he is Muse, and Bastion knocks her unconscious. Murdoch and the AVTF, they don't call them that, do they? The task force separately find paintings of Glenn in Muse's lair and go to save her. As Daredevil, Murdoch arrives at Glenn's office first and
rescues her.
And I was gonna read this separately.
But if you ask her, she rescued herself.
As Daredevil, Murdoch arrives at Glenn's office first and rescues her. Then I'm going to edit what you said.
Oh.
As the task force prepares to enter, Glenn finally shoots Muse before fainting. Murdoch stabilizes her before the task force arrives. Fisk gives credit for stopping Muse to the task force and publicly declares them to be heroes. Blake threatens BB Urich into removing eyewitness mentions of Daredevil's involvement in the incident from her blog. Because like everyone knows Daredevil was there.
Right.
And even the task force and some of the other cops are like, "Oh, wait, what?" Like, Daredevil did that. The task force literally did nothing.
They showed up.
Yeah, a recovering Glenn. Glenn is Heather, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Heather. Glenn,
A recovering Heather tells Murdoch that she heard Daredevil say her name. Yeah, she's pretty smart, dude. She's not gonna.
No, except when she said
Yeah.
she saved herself. She didn't. She did not.
Well, she shot the guy.
She 100% would have been dead if Matt didn't
true.
show up.
Vanessa seemingly sends Luca to kill Fisk, but this is a trap, and Cashman kills Luca. I love that scene.
That was badass.
Yeah.
Because it makes you seem like, oh, did Vanessa betray Fisk? And then all of it happens, and then Fisk is like, call Vanessa and see if she wants me to bring her some dinner. Because she told Luca that he was going to be alone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fisk is never alone.
Yeah, seriously. What?
Also, Buck Cashman, the British man named Buck Cashman.
I like him now. He grew on me.
He's no Wesley.
He's no.
He's
never replaced.
He doesn't have the charisma that Wesley had, and like the snark, and like I like Buck Cashman, but he's a little bit too much of a bootlicker. You know.
I don't remember Wesley not being a bootlicker. He was more. He never really stood
Wesley
up to
seemed
Fisk.
like he had more of a personality, though.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that.
Like he was more of an individual.
Okay, yeah.
Also, Fisk loved him. Remember when Dex said he was the new Wesley and Fisk got pissed?
Speaking of Dex, episode 8, Isle of Joy. Dex is moved from solitary confinement to Gen Pop, as in general population. On Fisk's orders, Fisk also reveals his imprisonment of Adam to Vanessa and watches as she kills him. That was interesting. I kind of forgot about that.
Oh, yeah, and Vanessa's like, all right.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, like, what the fuck?
I do this every day.
I think at first she was like, you don't have to kill him. And then he's like, oh, I'm going to kill him. She's like, Okay.
Fisk promotes Blake to deputy mayor of communications and invites Glenn to his black and white ball fundraiser. Matt Murdock realizes that Fisk is Glenn's patient, further straining their relationship as he contests with her anti-vigilante views. That was really good. They're back and forth about vigilantes,
Yeah.
which he may have completely agreed with a month prior.
Yeah.
But now that he's pretty much Daredevil again, doesn't care anymore. About sticking to the system.
No,
like he used to.
and it's getting like heated too. Like this is a heated argument.
Yeah, like, they're gonna break up. At Josie's bar, Murdoch learns that Nelson was celebrating an impending court win the night he died. Believing Fisk hired Dex to silence Nelson, Murdoch interrogates Dex and injures him. Dex later kills his doctor and a guard before escaping prison.
Thanks to Matt. Indirectly.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, pretty much. At the ball, Fisk blackmails Duquesne, who is the sword-wielding vigilante swordsman, and other socialites into supporting his port project. BB Urich, who is aware of Fisk's involvement in her Uncle Ben Urich's murder, asks Gallo to help bring down Fisk and the task force. Murdoch deduces that Vanessa hired Dex to kill Nelson and confronts her. As Fisk starts to tell Glenn that Murdoch is Daredevil, Dex arrives and shoots at Fisk. Murdoch jumps in front of the bullet and is critically wounded.
I remember the ending to this episode being like, what the hell?
Never in a million years for $1 million would I have expected that to happen the way it did.
Well, he still needed information.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Otherwise, I'm sure he would have let Dex finish the job.
Yeah, these last two episodes like ramp up real quick, and I love.
It's also interesting that like Dex, like he doesn't care about Matt like at all right now. He's only gunning for Fisk.
Mm-hmm.
Fisk killed Julie though, so I think he still holds that resentment.
Was that revealed in here, or did he already knew that?
He already knew that.
Oh, okay.
He finds out like towards the end of. That's why he also attacks Fisk in his penthouse. Yeah,
that's right.
It was like a 3-way fight.
Yeah, that's right. How happy are you the scenes with Duquesne?
Great.
I
hate that he's being blackmailed.
But these two episodes ramp up really good.
Yeah, the dance or the whole ball was very tense and dramatic.
Yeah, the Josie's bar like kind of mystery that they're solving, I thought worked really well. Also,
yeah,
yeah.
No, this genuinely good stuff here.
Yeah, no, and the like you said, the tension, all of the parties that are there.
When Matt steps in and takes Vanessa from Fisk's face, he's like,
he cuts in. Yeah. Oh man. Good episode. Is this the one, or is it this next one? Where the task force guy puts the guy's like hand in the fryer.
The reporter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's like, "You're never taking a picture again."
That was rough.
Was that Powell that did that?
Yeah, it's like the main Punisher guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Finale. Straight to hell. A year and a half earlier, Vanessa asked Dex to kill Nelson. What's Nelson's name? Sorry,
Foggy.
Foggy. I know.
Foggy.
A year and a half earlier, Vanessa asked Dex to kill Foggy Nelson, who is working on a case which could expose her activities in Red Hook in exchange for his old life. In the present, Dex. So, and again,
Dex seemed like he didn't want to do it at first. Like he just wanted to keep taking his pills and just
yeah. He doesn't want to go back to the life.
Yeah.
In the present, Dex escapes the ball and Murdoch is hospitalized. Fisk cuts off power to New York City and orders Buck Cashman to kill Murdoch, who escapes to his apartment, finding Frank Castle. Both fight the task force officers, including North. I guess that's the guy revealed as Ayala's murderer.
North is
that's one of them.
It's one of them. It's the not Powell, but the other one.
Okay.
Yeah.
The pair reunite with Karen Page, who asks Frank to protect Matt after learning of Dex's escape. Matt Matt and Karen track down Foggy's. The last names are throwing me for a loop because I have to remember it. Matt and Karen track down Foggy's case and discover that Fisk's and discover Fisk's.
The Fisks.
Oh my God! Discover the Fisks are trying to establish a city-state in Red Hook. I love shit like that because
how real is that?
Real enough.
Okay.
Stuff like that does get discovered, but no one tries to make their own fucking country out of it. But there are different parts of states are constantly in disagreement about their borders.
Yeah, because what is it? Red Hook is a free port? Was that
so it didn't fall under the jurisdiction or
of anything
of the charter of New York City and blah blah blah, and I don't know.
It just seems like that could easily be fixed. That's a logistics error.
Yeah. I don't think. I think this is played up for the show.
Right.
But for example, New York and New Jersey are constantly arguing about who has Ellis Island. Because Ellis Island has grown. They added more land to Ellis Island to build all the buildings. And so the original border for New York didn't take all that into consideration.
So is it not technically in jurisdiction of either?
No, that's contested. So they both claim that it belongs to them.
But something like Red Hook, which is a free port. So say you murder someone there, happens here. Can anything be done about it?
I don't know. That's a good question because even the United States, there are parts of the United States that are not the United States.
Technically DC.
No, DC is part of the United States. I'm talking about
it's not a state though. What is that then?
It's a
commonwealth.
I don't know exactly. But
it's
still
something different.
It's still federal. It's federal land. It's not state land. First of all, there's a lot of federal land all over the country, but there's also parts that are just like the Indian reservations are just not part of the United States. If you really wanted to draw it up correctly,
legally.
Yeah, they pretty much gave them full reign.
They have they have their own laws and everything in there. Okay.
So it's just kind of I don't know. So shit like this kind of could happen in a roundabout way, but if you look at the border of Canada and New York, Canada and the United States, over in Wisconsin, I think. No, in Minnesota, there's a weird border that just goes up and then straight down, and then kind of keeps going. And it's just these weird sections. And it's because they didn't know at the time that they fucked up, and so they redrew the border basically. But there's all kinds of funny border inconsistencies all over the place.
Okay.
Anyway.
Oh, Captain Zach Sparrow is here, by the way.
Oh, hey.
He says, hello there, boys. And Chad, I haven't been here in a hot minute. Yeah, it has been a while.
Been a minute.
What episode are we on? The finale?
This is the finale, yeah.
Yeah.
In the present.
And after this, we're talking about Andor.
Okay, here we go. Frank fights the task. Frank fights a task force in Red Hook, but is defeated and captured. Fisk's campaign director, Sheila Rivera, regretfully exposes Gallo's attempt to undermine Fisk, who brutally kills him.
Oh, yeah.
Brutally is an understatement.
It's like a Mortal Kombat fatality. He crushes his skull in his hands. And we see it. That's the part that shocked me is we see it.
And in front of the entire task force.
I thought it was going to show a little bit, then cut away. No, it showed it.
You remember when we thought oh, Disney can't handle a rated R or
I never thought that.
No, I mean
Disney owns Miramax.
I know, but when they were doing the whole Disney Plus thing, moving things over, and we're oh, they're gonna pull punches. They do not.
They don't.
This show is way more brutal than the Netflix ones were. I don't remember them saying the F word as much.
No, they use it pretty sparingly in the Netflix one. They did use it, but it was sparingly.
Here it's every third episode we got one or two. Fisk declares martial law, outlaws vigilantism, and imprisons Jack Duquesne, Frank Castle, and other descendants. No, that's not a word, is it?
Dissidents?
Dissidents?
That's a word.
Okay. But if you
What?
but that's not someone who dissents, right? Or is it? Do I just not know the spelling of that word?
A person who opposes official policy, especially that of an
Yeah, like a
authoritarian
dissent.
state.
I guess that's it. I guess that's how you spell it. Anyway, Frank Castle and other dissidents in Red Hook. He offers Glenn the position of mental health commissioner, which he accepts. Oh yeah, Heather. Murdoch recruits Cherry, Kim, and other honest police officers to help save the city. In a mid-credits scene, Frank Castle tricks a prison guard and begins to break free. So this is quite the cliffhanger, right?
Yeah, I mean that's clearly setting up the Punisher like special.
Or season 2, which is already filming.
The Frank.
Or you think Frank's not
escaping.
going to be in season 2?
Maybe he'll show up, but I don't think he's gonna be like a huge part of it.
Okay.
But like the ending though, with like all the recruiting and stuff, I think that's like. Honestly, I was expecting like a Defender to show up, at least one.
Oh well, we get Duquesne.
Which might still be in prison. We don't know if Frank freed the others or not.
Yeah, right.
He could have just left.
No, and those cages were like, those don't even work. Like
Those are like dog cages.
yeah. Like, okay, where was I here? Yeah. So thoughts on that episode? I guess.
I thought it was a very good finale. Fisk killing the police commissioner was something.
It was something for sure.
And seeing Frank and Matt fight together was incredible.
So we kind of talked about. Oh yeah, that scene in the apartment was so fucking good. And obviously they're arguing about their ethics and morals and stuff.
Yeah, with like because we find out who killed Hector, and
Right.
Matt's like, "Don't kill him," and Frank's like,
The
"What?"
fuck I won't. And then
like,
he
what?
like,
and he kills a random guy. He's like, "What about him?" Huh?
oh yeah, he goes on a spree. It's so good.
Yeah.
Dude, I love that so much. I think what I'm kind of confused on is like, and I guess they couldn't really, lining up movies and TV shows is next to impossible, which is why they gave up after one season of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Like 2 seasons.
Okay. Because like the production schedules are all over the place and something gets delayed, things get
Or
moved
something gets
around.
changed last minute. Like,
The movies are getting written years before the TV shows get written that are coming out at the same time.
Right.
So it's very difficult. But
It's pretty much impossible.
it's pretty much impossible.
Yeah.
And that's why I was kind of like, okay, when this happened and now the Thunderbolts happened, are they happening concurrently or do Thunderbolts happen prior?
We'd have to know
after?
when this takes place.
I wonder if there's a plan for that because the events of the Thunderbolts happen in New York City. Fisk is mayor. It's not. These aren't separate universes.
Yeah, I imagine Fisk wouldn't be too happy
Even
with
anymore.
with a spoiler for Thunderbolts, a new team.
A new Avengers team.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he'd be very happy with that.
So,
But also, they are technically government though. So I don't know if Fisk would have any. As mayor of New York, I don't think he has authority over them.
it's interesting. I kind of wish that there was that.
Because that'd be more of like a federal
I don't know.
thing,
Like
right?
I feel like there should have been some level of crossover. I know it's impossible, but like if there was some sort of line about, I don't know, about the mayor's vigilante.
About martial
stance.
law.
Martial law, right? Like when did this happen? I want so badly for all of this to lead into Spider-Man 4, and I don't think that's what's happening.
I don't think so either.
But if these events, because imagine for
seeing rumors that Moon Knight's going to be in Daredevil season 2, I doubt that.
Okay, but imagine for a second, Daredevil season 1 and 2 about their war against Wilson Fisk as mayor, and it culminates in a Spider-Man 4 with all those characters and Spider-Man.
But that's not multiversal enough.
I know, but it is synergy enough. Like that would be fantastic.
That'd be great.
Incredible.
I just don't think
I think
do
that'd
it.
be the perfect Spider-Man 4 if you could kind of rope all of this into it.
But then how do you get Spider-Man into Secret Wars from there?
A post-credit scene.
And then this weird thing happened.
Yeah, exactly.
I was street level for one movie.
They've done worse. But no, overall thoughts. Not to be overly reactive, I think this is the best Marvel TV show. And that includes all of the Netflix stuff. I think that includes 3 seasons of Daredevil.
I disagree with that.
I was floored. I love this.
I think season 3 of Daredevil is better. I think season 4 of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is better.
Oh, my God.
I
Okay.
think.
Wait, season 4, is that the one where she goes to the planet? That was a good episode.
That was
that's
season 3, which is a good season also.
Oh.
But no, season 4 is the one with Ghost Rider.
Ghost Rider, yeah.
And the Framework, which is some of the best TV I've seen.
I don't care. TV period, really?
Yeah.
Okay, because we're about to talk about Andor.
Especially network TV. Some of the best network TV, period.
Okay.
There we go.
Look, I just think this was really well done. And as much as I love Daredevil's season 1 through 3, again, that format it's just such a slow build. And I feel like it's like a super extended cut. I think you could edit
enjoy
down
stuff like that, though.
Yeah, but I think you could edit down from 13 episodes to like 9 or 10, and it would work a lot better and it'd be a lot tighter. And even the creators admitted, yeah, like they basically had to fill for time because they didn't have the budget to do X, Y, and Z.
Right. Well, that's why we get a lot of scenes of people talking.
Yeah.
Which is some of the best stuff in those shows, though.
It's good character stuff, but it's not overall good stuff. It's not good narrative stuff. I think.
But we wouldn't care as much about the first episode of this show if we didn't get all that character stuff.
I mean, I think in a roundabout way, you have a good point, but like, I don't know. And like, we mentioned this, but like Karen has like a whole flashback episode.
Yeah, and that's the only reason we care about Karen.
I don't think that's true. I think we care about her for everything else she's done. I think it adds a lot of context and background to her story, but I don't think it's necessary at all.
Yes, but in a show, like, if the first 3 seasons were done like this, Karen and Foggy would have almost no screen time. They'd be as one-dimensional as Heather and Cherry.
I don't think Cherry's in it. No, well, okay. Cherry is a one-dimensional character, and that's fine. He's supposed to be
and his
Heather's
lawyer
not.
partner. Heather started becoming a character in the last 2 episodes.
Okay.
Before that, she's just there.
That's fine. That's still the same. It's not like, she wasn't a character and now she is. That's just how stories are told sometimes. Hang on. That's what you wanted out of Muse. You wanted him sprinkled and then he gets his character development at the end.
No, I wanted the character to be developed as we go.
Okay.
That is not what I said about Muse.
That is what you said.
No, I said I didn't like that we got all the character development in the episode that we kill him in.
Well,
that's stupid.
Look, I think I thought Heather was a fine character.
I thought she was very dull and uninteresting and didn't
Not
add anything until the last 2 episodes.
Okay, well, not every single character has to be like the best.
Yes, but like besides like Matt, Fisk, Vanessa, every other character like really doesn't do a lot.
Frank does quite a bit.
He's in 4 scenes. He does a lot in those 4 scenes, but he's in 4 scenes.
Oh, man.
Season 3 is better.
I think this is better because it's a better overall show in terms of like what a TV show is supposed to be, what the narrative is, beginning, middle, end. Just because season 3 has some really good character stuff and some really good individual scenes, I just don't think it like as a final product, as an overall, I just don't think it hits what this does. I think this is doing more than the Netflix shows could have done.
I think what you're saying is a very hot take.
No, I think people have like weird nostalgia bias too. Like they're just, I don't know.
I'm curious how
we're seeing so much. Like right now, it's like people are talking about the Fantastic Four movies as if they're good. They were never good. Why are we pretending? You know what I mean? Because people like saying that shit on the
first
internet.
one's not awful.
It
was Rise of the Silver Surfer that people didn't like. Zach Sparrow said, wait, who killed Hector? It wasn't Frank? No, it was never going to be Frank. Frank would not kill a vigilante that was doing good.
That was so, and that was pretty obviously like not him,
it was one of the cops
Yeah.
that joins the task force. I personally never liked who Marvel does New York superheroes. Like, where the fuck was Peter during Hawkeye? He was probably trying to get his GED. And yes, where was Matt during Thunderbolts if it takes place after? Well, all the stuff in Thunderbolts happened in the course of like 10 minutes.
What do you mean?
The events in New York and Thunderbolts happened very quickly.
Oh, like in the city?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
So I don't think any other hero, unless they were already there,
Yeah.
it wouldn't have been able to
Well,
do anything.
a lot
Also,
of-
they got voided.
They got voided, yeah.
So Peter was probably watching Aunt May get killed over and over and over and over.
They should do something with that. If it's not too late. So, yeah, any other thoughts before we wrap this up?
I do think this was a good show. I don't think this was the best. I think it's the best we've gotten in a while. Actually, it's the best we've gotten in a very long time, but it's not the best thing that they've put out TV-wise.
In the Disney Plus era?
In the Disney Plus era, I don't know. Loki's very good.
Oh, Loki is really
Loki's
good, right?
very good.
This is better than Loki.
I think I was more excited for this than Loki, though. So I would put this over Loki only for my own, like personally. Loki was probably better, but
I think this is better. The other thing I wanted to mention is, like, once it was all said and done, we mentioned it's political art, which I like. You know, this is a piece of anti-Trump propaganda, whether you like it or not. A lot of it's coincidental. Well, the parts that are coincidental is the fact
the
that
events
like
that happen,
the real life events that just happen to match up with how Fisk is running his task force, especially how he's trying to go around all the red tape, how he just wants to break all the rules and get what he wants.
all that
How
just
he-
happened to be currently happening.
How he demands loyalty. I forgot who I'm talking about right now, actually. But I mean, like, the way, you know, ICE has been moved is basically the task force. And there's so many things that, again, it was intentional, but then the way it just happened to, like,
It ended up being a little too eerily similar.
Yeah. But good, you know, like,
if it gets people talking, that's a good
this
thing.
is what movies used to be and TV shows used to be. They all had something to say. That's what art used to be. Like, even like if you know a little bit about like classic art, like paintings and stuff, they all said something. They weren't just there to look pretty. Like, they were
a
all
lot of art was very controversial too.
Yeah, they were controversial, and there was political, and it said something about the church or the king or whatever. And I want creators to not be afraid to do that because of the internet. And I feel like a lot of them are afraid to make too many waves because, you know,
they'll get canceled.
Capitalism. They're not going to make as much money.
They'll get
if
blackballed.
You fucking piss off X and Y and Z. But like, I don't know. I didn't see a lot of people talking too much about it because I think a lot of people enjoyed this show too much to even care. You know, like your normal kind of like not super. I don't know. Like no one, like people weren't being like, oh, like you saw a lot more of that conversation with The Boys.
Which is crazy because The Boys has been that since the beginning, but for some reason it took 4 seasons for people to catch that.
But yeah, people complain. The season 4, there was a lot of talk about it.
Yeah,
and it was like, that didn't happen with Daredevil. Daredevil was more on the nose.
Also,
I'm sorry.
That's what The Boys has been since, at least the show. That's what the show The Boys has been since 2019 when it came out.
Right, but like, who was more on the nose, like The Boys or this season of Daredevil?
The Boys might be more on the nose.
I feel like, okay, I didn't see The Boys.
The Boys is absolutely more on the nose.
This is very on the nose as well.
The Boys hits you over the head with it.
You can't deny this though, right? Like, and it may not be as obvious to your average viewer. That might be what it is.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I loved it. I love that the creators weren't afraid to do it, and the Fisk being mayor, that happened after Trump's presidency in the first place. So it was always, we talked about this. It's
in the comics, that was
art imitating life in the first place.
Yeah.
So you kind of can't get away from that that angle, right?
Yeah. But I do like this show overall, and I'm excited for season 2.
Okay, and Mephisto, is he in it?
I mean, Fisk was doing some Mephisto-y things.
Yeah, no, definitely like the shit he's up to. Again, whether it's
It's kind of worse than anything he was up to in
Trump
the first 3
references
seasons.
or not. Well, yeah, I mean no, absolutely. Because he's also mayor now.
He has
He's
too
like-
much power.
He's breaking the Constitution over and over again.
Yeah, and he's getting away with it.
Yeah, he's got to be behind that, right?
He's got a hand in it.
Yeah.
So yeah, there is a devil in this, and it's not the devil of Hell's Kitchen.
If there was any character who'd like have a secret reveal to be Mephisto, it'd be Vanessa. She's evil as fuck.
I think she's more evil than Fisk.
No, quite possibly. Yeah. I feel like at the end of the day, Fisk will still have some sort of like, I don't know, like ethics that he claims.
He has
on,
like his
he has
own.
He has his own compass, right?
Yeah. Unlike Dex, who needs a compass.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, that is it for Daredevil. We would have loved to have done that on time and in multiple episodes.
In more detail.
Yeah, but whatever. Yeah. That's what you get. And thank you for listening. Thank you for subscribing to us on Patreon.
Woo!
And you know where to find us. We'll be hanging out on Discord. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye.
All right, so now all we have to do is do the same thing for Andor.
9 episodes? No, 12 episodes of Andor?
Yeah, we'll do it in arcs, though.
Oh, true. Captain Zach Sparrow said he had no interest in watching Andor, which is crazy to me. Why would you not want to watch the greatest thing that happened to television?
Yeah, it's like literally the best show ever.
Star Wars or not.
Okay, season 2. All right, here we go. No Andor spoilers. You haven't seen Andor yet?
That's crazy to me, too.
God.
Oh, my God. Nobody's seen Andor yet.
Oh, my God. Spider-Nerd hasn't either.
What the hell?
All 3 people here not seeing Andor. That's ridiculous, you guys. I'm very disappointed in all of you.
He hasn't had Disney Plus.
Oh. Let's pirate it.
Not that we advocate that.
Advocate a little bit.
Spider hasn't seen Daredevil. Oh,
Andor,
shit.
Yeah. I've been broke. Oh, he has been in and out of jobs.
Yeah, that's true.
I just don't have interest in it, TBH. I like Star Wars, but I don't really want to watch it. If you like Star Wars, if you like Rogue One, you'll love Andor. And if you don't like Rogue One, you'll still love Andor,
And then you might love Rogue One afterwards.
Yeah. Anyway. Welcome to Where's Mephisto, your bonus podcast where you watch whatever's currently streaming and ask the burning question on everyone's mind. Where the fuck can Mephisto be? Anyway. We just recorded 2 other things. So let's get going. Birdo.
Oh, yeah.
Where are we looking for Mephisto? Look alive.
Andor season 2.
Andor season 2. We're going to do it all in one go because it's kind of a long show.
It was supposed to be 5 seasons also.
Yeah, isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
So yeah, if you don't know,
Which is why the second season's a little more streamlined.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, if you don't know, like, you don't need to be listening to this. But this is season 2 of Andor, which was a spin-off prequel of Rogue One, which is in it of itself a spin-off prequel
to A New Hope
of Star Wars A New Hope. So it's just been like a backwards.
It's a spin-off of a spin-off. And when the show was announced, I was guilty of being like, why the fuck are we getting this?
I think I was too. It wasn't until I saw episode 1 that I was like, what the hell? Like, this is pretty good. And then when that when they finished that first arc is the
is it the heist?
The heist on Adami, Andami, Aldani. Yeah, that's the first.
Is that the second arc
or
the first arc? Because the first arc he's on Ferrix for a little bit. No,
I guess you're
right. Or is
right.
that just the first 2 episodes?
I guess you're right. Maybe it's the second arc. By that second arc, I was like, this is one of the best things that Star Wars has made.
The Aldani heist
And
was
then
really good.
And then we didn't. And then you didn't even get the fucking prison heist yet.
Ooh,
Or the prison break.
arc. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It was incredible. Narkina 5.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Anyway, I loved season 1 of this show. If you want to hear us talk about it, we did do this
We did.
for Where's Mephisto.
We did
So-
it in much more detail, and we're probably going to do this season,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah. So scroll down there and listen to that. We did that one in arcs, and in this we're just gonna kind of do the entire season. So this show is written by Tony Gilroy.
Who was
Is a
apparently
showrunner.
one of the writers on Rogue One.
Yeah, he was right.
Actually, he did a lot of writing on Rogue One that he, at the time, did not get credit for, I guess.
That's crazy.
Because I think Disney was trying to push... apparently, there was a lot of issues behind the scenes on Rogue One. And they were pushing like, oh, no, yeah, this is all Gareth Edwards.
Yeah, and they kind of blamed him for some stuff because apparently Gareth Edwards didn't finish that movie, and they brought in someone else.
Tony
to
Gilroy
finish
came
it.
in to fix the script.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
I feel like Tony Gilroy is gonna be the next big guy
I don't know if he wants to be the next big
because this is some of the shit that he's done is so good.
All of the Bourne movies,
He
basically?
wrote the first Bourne trilogy, the good ones.
Yeah.
He directed the fourth one. Now I kind of want to watch that. He also did.
That was the one that Jason Bourne's not in, right? Or is he in that one? Or
No,
Jason Bourne's not the main character? in it?
Sorry. The fourth one is the Jeremy Renner one.
Is that the one where
He's
in the
not in
trailer you go, Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne, or was that the next one?
No, because Bourne's not in it.
Okay.
Jeremy Renner's in it, and then the next one it's Matt Damon again.
And that was a Jesus Christ,
Yeah,
it's Jason
I
Bourne.
think so.
All right.
But now I want to watch. See, I was never
Bourne
interested
Legacy?
in this one because it didn't have Matt Damon in it. But Tony Gilroy. Also, I saw Michael Clayton, which is a movie he wrote and direct, and I love that movie. That movie is really
It's
good.
a legal thriller. Wow. And
Yeah.
Duplicity. What's Duplicity? Julia Roberts, Clive Owen. I
It's a
haven't seen that.
romantic crime comedy.
What the hell?
That doesn't seem up his alley. Actually, you know what? Andor can be really funny.
Oh, he directed uncredited reshoots for Rogue One also.
Oh, so there you go.
I feel like he kind of took over Rogue One.
Probably fixed it.
Sorry, Gareth Edwards.
Actually, he was nominated for Academy Awards for Best Director and Screenplay for Michael Clayton. I remember Michael Clayton
Oh,
was
wow.
kind of a big deal, and I remember seeing it in theaters, and I loved it.
Doesn't he also famously not really like Star Wars?
Yes, it's perfect. That's what you need. I don't know. I feel like there's value in not liking Star Wars and making the best Star Wars thing, and there's also value in loving Star Wars and making a love letter to it.
There's also
is-
value in creating Star Wars and also making the worst Star Wars movie, Attack of the Clones.
Oh, yeah. Sure. But yeah, I was reading about I forgot her name, the creator for Acolyte,
Oh,
and how she kept on going back and saying, "No, what would George Lucas do?" That was her mantra
yeah.
while making it. It's what would George Lucas
Which
do?
I do kind of see that in that show, the good and the bad. I'm like, oh, yeah.
It was like the prequels.
George
but if-
definitely would have done that.
it's like the prequels if the prequels were a little more modern, I guess.
I guess,
Maybe
yeah.
slightly better in places, worse in other
Worse,
places.
better in some places, worse in others. Yeah.
I still really like Acolyte. I'm probably gonna rewatch it.
I liked it overall too.
Make a season 2. Anyway, starring Diego Luna, Kyle Soller. Who's that? Who's this?
That's Cyril.
That's Cyril?
Yeah,
He's got messy hair and a
he's
scruff.
a
I can't
regular
recognize him.
dude.
Anyway, Adria Arjona. Is that how you say her name? Arjona? Probably.
Adria Arjona.
Adria Arjona, probably Torres. Anyway, one of the most beautiful people on TV.
Honestly, yeah.
Stellan Skarsgård, Fiona Shaw, Genevieve O'Reilly, Denise Goff. Is that? Yep.
That's Dedra.
Faye Marseille, Verida Sethu, Elizabeth Dulau. Is that how you say her name?
Dulau, I believe so.
Ben Mendelsohn is
Cleo.
back. Benjamin
Mendelsohn.
Bratt. We'll talk about that in a minute. And Alan Tudyk.
Benjamin Bratt.
And he's
Pangborn's
not playing
back.
Pangborn. He's not playing basketball. There's a bunch of other actors,
There's
obviously.
a lot of people on the
But
show.
let's get going. We're on season 2. Let's talk about these are kind of long. I feel like let's try to do these in arcs. Anyway, episode 1 in this season is 1 year later. So 1 year after the Ferrix uprising, that's how the last one ended. Cassian Andor impersonates an Imperial test pilot in order to steal a prototype of a new Imperial ship, the TIE Avenger. When he attempts delivery on a jungle moon, he is ambushed by a rogue band of squabbling guerrillas, the Maya Pei Brigade. On an agricultural planet, Mina Raul Bix Brasso Wilmon. Wilmon was there?
Yeah.
I feel like the first time I realized Wilmon was a character was when he gets delivered to Saul.
Yeah, he was there. He was in season 1 also.
Jesus.
He's the one that throws the bomb, the like homemade explosive device, and starts the whole.
For whatever
thing.
reason, I didn't recognize him until. Anyway, I thought he was a brand new character.
No, he was in season 1.
Wow. And B2 Emo.
They're all from Ferrix together.
Okay, I just didn't remember Wilmon. Apparently, one of the writers is named Wilmon, and that's where
nice.
his name came from. And B2 EMO.
Oh, B2.
B2 Emo, I love him. Fear detection by the Empire while in the undocumented employ of a local farmer. Big suffers from PTSD caused from Gorst's torture. So it was Dr. Gorst, right?
Yeah, she was like strapped in, like forced to like listen to the, what is it, like the screams of like children being killed or something like that.
It was like it just triggers like your fucking mind into like being tortured. But it causes you no physical pain, I guess. You're
just mentally being absolutely obliterated.
You just drive yourself insane. It's like waterboarded from your mind.
Yeah.
On Chandrilla, Mon Mothma prepares for her daughter's arranged marriage, but is informed by Tay Kolma that his financial investments have turned sour. Orson Krennic oversees a secret meeting of Imperial officers about forcibly mining the resources on planet Gorman due to its heavy concentration of a rare mineral, an initiative to which Dedra is reluctantly assigned. The conflict between the Maya Pei insurgents reaches a boiling point, and several members are shot and killed as Cassian is taken hostage. So, we can still go episodic, but we'll kind of lump these together, I guess.
Okay.
Oof.
I mean, there's a lot of stuff in this first episode.
There's a lot of stuff, a lot of good setup. I love the secret meeting.
Oh, you had to know as soon as you saw like that room full of people. It's like, it's not going to end well for most of these people because they're not in Rogue One.
The Gorman?
No, the like the people in the meeting about Gorman, like everybody assigned to it.
Oh,
basically everybody that is involved with Krennic, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's not going to end well for anybody.
So we see it a little bit later, but like there's a couple things going on here. This is very political, this show.
Yes, 100%.
It's
Tony Gilroy has not been shy about that either.
So fucking political. Yeah. But it's not, and obviously this is a very smart TV show. It's almost too smart because I don't think a lot of your average person, other than a few bits and pieces here, are going to really realize it when they see it. They're going to see the parts about the undocumented immigrants working on a farm. If that's not obvious to you, I don't know what to tell you, right?
Right.
However, there's like an uprising and there's a propaganda campaign going on to sully the cultures of the Gorman, right? Mm-hmm. And the Gorman are like essentially the equivalent of like a tiny country. Think of like Switzerland, right?
Yeah. Like I mean, it's a lot of people, but like considering it's a whole planet, it's not that many people.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think one of the most genius things that they did is that they turned it into like a European country, and they used like very pretty white people that are speaking French.
Yeah, well, a lot of the stuff that happens on Gorman too is very reminiscent of the French, not Revolution, the French Rebellion against the Nazis. All the way down to the clothes that they're wearing.
Well, yeah, because the Empire are Nazis,
Right.
but
Yeah.
yes, and I also saw there's a part that's very like Les Mis when the student uprising happened.
Oh yeah,
in the
because there's
streets.
French Revolution stuff
Yeah,
too.
yeah. But they didn't have to make them European. They could have, and I think it would have been so much easier to make them look poorer and dirtier.
Yeah, but
and make
like,
them look more third worldy. But then it would have been too on the nose, and I think that elicits too much bias.
mhm.
When you make them a pretty country, then like your average person, I think, is going to have.
Well, it's like it's a pretty country with like there's tourism and
yeah,
yeah.
there's things that you like.
yeah, like
And-
spiders.
Yeah, well, no, not that. But it's the fashion capital of fucking.
Yeah,
So
it's basically France.
It's France.
Yeah.
But there's a little bit of Germany and Switzerland, and I mean, there's a motherfucker on the mountains
It's
wearing the thing.
It's vaguely European, but like mostly France.
Yeah. No, for sure. But he's going out of his way to make it the pretty countries,
Mhm.
so that you can have a little bit more empathy and not understand it. It's playing into your bias.
Yeah.
If you're your average kind of white viewer, right?
Mhm.
Because again, it'd be so easy to make them look like the Vietnam, right? Like Vietnamese people or like third world people, and they're more ethnic looking. And then your average person would go, "Ew, this is kind of woke, isn't it?"
Yeah, true.
But by making him French, you're like, "Oh no!" But they have their rights and their freedoms, and "Vive la France, Vive la Gorman," you know. And I'm like, I don't know. Part of that, I'm like, I think it's fucking genius. And then I realized that George Lucas did that first with
well, the rebels.
Naboo.
Oh, Naboo. Oh, yeah.
Naboo and Gorman are like the same, basically. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, here's this like. I mean, Naboo
Here's
is
this
based
very
on
pretty
Spain.
place, and it's being oppressed right now by a blockade.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it wasn't until I didn't realize that because I haven't seen episode 1 in a while. But like I saw it, I saw a clip of Padme, doing the vote of no confidence and moving and blah blah blah.
In Chancellor Valorum.
Yeah, in Chancellor Valorum, and I'm like, yeah, she's wearing the full garb,
Right.
Because she's there representing her people,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Because she's the queen of
and
Naboo.
her culture,
Yeah.
and it looks very. I mean, there's like some, Latin influences, but there's a lot of like Asian influences in kind of their design. But then a lot of Naboo is also very Spanish, and they filmed it in Italy.
She looks like a Spanish geisha.
yeah. And it's like Lucas wanted to elicit that same response. It was like you want to look up to these people. You want to say, "Oh, what a beautiful country. They should be taken care of." Oh no, they're being oppressed. Even them, they can be oppressed in the
Right.
same way that like. All of Western Europe was fucking oppressed during World War II.
Yeah.
I thought that was a genius move.
Lucas also said back in like the original trilogy that the Rebel Alliance was supposed to be based off of the Viet Cong.
Yeah.
But it's like but
Yep.
like he made the Rebel Alliance like these scrappy underdogs that are like, trying to do what's right and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's like it's
Also like the American Revolution. A couple things.
a little bit of that too.
The Empire, the Brits, but then later on the Americans.
So, yeah. It's kind of always been a thing in Star Wars.
Yeah. Episode 2, Sagrona Tima. On the Jungle Moon, Cassian is held prisoner while the conflict amongst the Maya Pei Brigade. I didn't know that was what their name was, but
The Maya Pei Brigade?
if you say so. Warsons, and the group splits into two factions at a stalemate. On Mina Rao, an Imperial officers arrive to audit the workers' papers as Bix, Brasso, and Will arrange to move to a different part of the planet to avoid discovery. On Coruscant, Dedra and Cyril, who are now living together as a couple, prepare for a social event that they've been putting off.
Didn't expect that.
Well, they had some chemistry at the end of season 1.
Only because he saved her.
She gave him those eyes. As the preparations for Lita's
Lita, yeah.
Lita, right? For Lita's wedding conclude, Mon Mothma discusses the possibility of Tay's defection with Luthen, who says they should attempt to ascertain Como's price for keeping silent about the rebellion. Cassian slips away from his captors when they become distracted with a territorial challenge and flees the moon, revealed to be Yavin 4 in the stolen TIE Avenger.
So, a few things. First, do you think Luthen decided right then and there that like Take Home was gonna die?
Easy.
Like
It's an easy decision for him.
he's like we're not gonna even entertain him. Like,
Yeah.
like yeah, ask him, but like I already called Cinta.
Right. Like he was dead before she could ever have that conversation with him. Really.
Yeah, basically,
You know? Yeah. I think that's so fucking crazy because
The thing is, I feel like you could read so much into like the character's motivations on the show too, because I don't know if Tay Como is actually gonna like.
it doesn't matter. He's a loose end.
I know, but I don't think he was actually gonna like turn on. I think he was just trying to get a little bit more out of Mon Mothma.
The point
I think
is,
he was trying to sleep with her.
if he has, oh, you think?
I think that's all it was.
You could be right.
I think that's all it was.
I didn't read it like that.
And he said the wrong thing, and it put him on a shit list.
But
he was a loose end either way.
Hang on, though. He was in financial trouble, though. He was asking for money.
Yeah, but I don't think he would have been like. I don't think he would have sold out the rebellion because he was also involved in it. It wouldn't have been smart for him to do so.
He wasn't going to sell him out. He was going to extort. And if he's already willing to extort, then he's willing to do other things. And that's why Luthen's already like, fuck it.
I think he just said the wrong thing and it fucked him over. But like, it's one of those things like you could read so much into like what they actually meant, and that's kind of the beauty of this show, because we'll never know.
Yeah,
and that's okay.
No, he's dead.
Yeah, we'll get to that in the next episode. But I'm curious.
And I mean, yeah, it's part of this like larger kind of through line through this. It's like, what is the price of your life in all of this? It's so small and insignificant.
Yeah, you're nothing in comparison to the cause.
And so many of these people end up just becoming cogs, you know, and even the heroes are not heroes, even though they may have be the most important part of this entire thing.
Yeah, and then I think this is also the episode with the dinner with Edie, right?
Yeah.
And we get Cyril laying on the bed.
I think that's this next one because...
Oh, okay. They're just talking about it
They're
here.
talking about it. Like, oh, yeah. And you think it's a party. And it's just dinner with the mom.
And how'd you feel, though, about Cassian? Like, with the Maya Pei Brigade, they have Cassian as their prisoner, but they're, like, super incompetent. And, like, Cassian's, like, even though he's their prisoner, he's, like, coaching them.
Yeah.
He's, like, trying to help. He's like, hey, you should, gather some water from the rain so you don't, die.
I mean, I think the entire purpose of that episode, of that chunk of the episode,
was to show how the rebellion's like not well put together right now.
I think it's just to show Cassian has grown a lot.
Well, yeah.
Before he was mostly just out for himself, and now he's capable.
Well,
and
he also killed some of the rebels just because they were in his way.
Oh, right there.
In this episode, yeah.
Okay. Well, anyway. Well, yeah, I don't know, and they're not organized, right?
They're not organized at all.
To Rogue One.
They're all this infighting too.
Yeah, but the rest of it, I think, is just meant to be funny. Like I don't.
Well, yeah, they start playing rock paper scissors.
Well, and maybe there's a little bit of there to kind of suggest that, like, yeah, like in George Lucas's words, they're just guys in coonskin hats. You know,
they don't know what they're doing. Yeah,
and like to them, it's like, you think they're gonna play like Russian roulette, and they're basically playing rock or paper scissors, and then they
to decide.
Yeah, and they forget they hate each other. It's they're having a whole what's the book called where they're on the island? The kids. Lord of the Flies.
Yes,
they're having a whole Lord of the Flies moment, and then it's just kind of like bookended by like how silly and stupid they are.
And then they're like, oh wait, like. I don't hate you. And then they get attacked by the creatures on Yavin, and then they're probably all dead.
That's pretty funny that there are these monsters on Yavin that we didn't know about.
Yeah.
But you know what? It kind
It
of
makes sense. It's a jungle planet.
it adds context to why it's such an excellent hideout.
Yeah.
Right? It's a dangerous place, and we didn't know that.
And there's all those ancient temples on there still.
What's the lore of the ancient temples on Yavin?
In Legends, they were something called Masasi temples. I think they were Force-sensitive people.
Oh, okay.
I think it was like kind of dark side-ish too.
Interesting.
But in canon, I don't know if we know that much about Yavin.
Got it.
Because I know in Legends also Luke builds his new Jedi Academy on Yavin for also.
Oh, true. Episode 3, Harvest. Cassian makes contact with Clea Markey. I didn't know that was her last name.
I don't think they ever really say it.
Yeah, right. And is able to ascertain the danger his friends are in on Mina Rao. Dedra and Cyril host Cyril's mother, Edie, for dinner, during which Edie repeatedly belittles Cyril, prompting Dedra to forcibly establish boundaries with her. On Chandrilla, Lita is married to
Stekken
Skolden, as arranged, and the ceremony is followed by a reception. As the Ferrix expats prepare to leave Mina Rao, Imperial officer Lieutenant Kroll attempts to rape Bix,
and they do use that word in this show.
Good, just say it. Don't you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just fucking say it.
Mm-hmm.
But she kills him after a violent struggle. As the conflict spirals further, Brasso is killed by a stormtrooper, but Cassian arrives in the TIE Avenger and kills the Imperial troops. Cassian, Bix, and Will flee on the TIE Avenger. Having been unable to come up with a price to ensure Tay's silence, Luthen informs Mothma that he has decided to kill him. Mothma distressedly drinks and dances while Vel watches Tay get taken away by Cinta.
And they make eye contact too.
So Vel and Cinta are lovers, but they haven't seen each other in like a year.
Yeah.
Because they're working different jobs, all in Luthen's network.
Yeah. How do you think Cinta killed Tay? You think she just turned around and shot him, or?
Yeah, I don't think Tay was ever going to put up a fight.
A funny thing I saw was like maybe she just like, because those things are like convertibles. Maybe she just opened it up and flipped them.
Just flipped. Yeah, I had her seatbelt on or whatever. Ejectocito, cuz.
It's such a funny visualization too. It's like, just sitting in the back, she just flips the car over. Just falls out.
TIE Avenger is a good little Easter egg.
I like the TIE Avenger. That's not the same TIE that Thrawn was working on, though, was it?
No.
Okay.
The TIE Thrawn was working on had like 8 wings.
Yeah.
It was crazy looking.
What was his called?
The TIE Avenger was in one of the games or something.
TIE Defender is the one Thrawn was working on.
Okay.
TIE Avenger. And as much as like Tony Gilroy doesn't seem to like Star Wars, there's a lot of like Easter eggs to like Star Wars Legends stuff.
Well, okay, yeah. What's happening is Tony Gilroy has the stories, and
Lucasfilm's just like.
Well, no, what's his face? The new boss of Star Wars is
it's not. Is it Filoni?
Yeah, Filoni.
Oh,
Dave Filoni.
okay.
And Dave Filoni is there inputting the connective dots. Yeah. You know, because this show does a really good job of like moving the characters where they need to be and the Easter eggs and.
Oh, true. Was the TIE Avenger from an old game?
Yeah, it was like from like
was it from the TIE Fighter
from
games?
like the X-Wing and TIE Fighter games. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. It might have been in a few other things, but again, it's not just a new ship, right? Like it's
right. It's something that's existed before.
Yeah.
The dinner with Edie.
So fucking funny, dude. It's so good.
Really, like
you
Cyril gets frustrated and just steps away.
You told me that when he did that and he just falls on the bed that was
it was just something he did.
Ad-libbed or improvised?
Because I guess he was just supposed to walk away and he was just like in like the next room over just by himself. And then they were just like, he said like, all right, well, this is what I would do in this situation. He just throws himself on the bed, and I guess they just recorded it.
That was great. Their relationship is so fucking weird, but like
It's kind of realistic too.
It's realistic for two weirdos.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like they have this weird power dynamic between the two of them where she's clearly the boss.
Right.
Right. And like it's believable and it works, but it's very intriguing.
Mm-hmm.
And I like how slowly
I
they
would have
developed
liked to have
this.
seen like a like a fascist sitcom with like Cyril and Dedra
God.
and Edie. And just their lives. Because there's got to be some interesting stuff happening there. And then what else happened in this episode? Oh, the wedding.
I liked how it was like a 3-day thing, and man,
There's so many things about like their wedding, like their customs too.
yeah,
Because like on the surface level, it's very beautiful. Then it's like when you're looking at like what they're saying and what they're doing, it's like, oh, the man is in control of the woman now.
like everything. It's
They literally hand him a knife and it's like, do what you will with it.
yeah, it's very very traditional.
Yes.
And they implied that in the last season,
Mm-hmm.
and there was a concern that like the daughter was like too into it.
Which she is way too into it.
And the reason is because Mon Mothma has not been like a good parent. Right?
No, she's so involved with trying to like take down Palpatine.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
She's too into her career and too
Yeah.
into the cause that these are the price. And I mean, it's part of the theme of this show is like the prices that you pay.
Yeah. She sold her family
for it, yeah.
basically.
Like her marriage is non-existent.
No.
And her relationship with her daughter is completely fucked.
And we get a little insight into this too with her husband's toast, where he basically talks about how miserable he is.
Oh God, yeah. But I think my favorite scene was when it was one of these episodes. It was like before the final ceremony,
Mm.
and Mon Mothma finally like caves and wants to finally be a mom, right? Which
She
Again,
gives
her fault.
gives her daughter like an out.
she's like, hey, like I'm sorry, like when I did this, I wanted nothing more than to not like this is an arranged marriage.
Like this
You
isn't
know?
right for you.
Yeah, and if you want, like my mom was drunk and blah blah blah, and if you want to like, we don't have to do this. And she was like,
Her response
embarrassed.
is, "I wish you were drunk."
Yeah, because this is worse. And
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn, like imagine being Mon Mothma and you are like this like fucking icon, basically. Like you are like this
The most badass woman in the galaxy. Sorry, Leia.
Yeah, no, seriously. And like basically like this feminist, right? Like and your daughter turns out to be a fucking raw milk drinking trad wife, right? Like who's like, no, I basically want this ceremony where I'm sold into this man's slavery.
And your husband's like so depressed that all he does is not give a shit about anything and drink, basically.
Because they're rich also.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like so that's an extra layer of like their how it like impersonal they can be.
No, and then all that's culminated at the end of this episode with like we have the wedding music playing. It's all happy. The DJ comes out and plays this really fucking awesome song.
You can download it, right? Isn't it available?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The track is called Brasso,
Nice.
which is
Weird. Because he's not there.
well, it starts off with like the music that plays during his death, which is super sad. Then it fades into like the club music,
Okay.
which is great. But the way this episode ends with like just we have the Ferrix crew fleeing like in tears because they just lost one of their own.
Yeah.
And we have Mon Mothma who starts getting absolutely wasted and just starts dancing without a smile on her face because she has condemned her childhood friend to death, basically.
And she condemned her daughter.
And she condemned her daughter.
Like,
She condemned her family, basically.
because don't forget, like,
Because she's like, all right, I'm in this now. Like,
well, she basically had to arrange the wedding to secure the funding for the rebellion.
right.
So she holds a lot of guilt there because her daughter's literally marrying the son of like a mafia boss or something.
Basically, yeah.
Right? Like it's like real fucked up.
He's like
dude.
a scary guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got all these Imperial connections.
And that's why, like, and that's also one of the reasons Tay's dead because Tay was in one with this guy making shady deals.
making like side deals, which may or may not have affected the rebellion in any way, but it's a loose end.
It's a loose end, and
So-
he's involved with this guy. You never know that.
And who
that
doesn't
guy's
leave
a
loose ends? Luthen.
Yeah, might as well kill him.
Yeah. But yeah, it just ends with like her partying, but it's like in the most unhappy way.
Yeah, she's miserable.
Yeah.
This is just her letting loose for
And
a second.
if you watch the scene again, her husband actually kind of clocks and like looks at her and like gives her like a look when she's dancing. He's like, what
well,
the
everyone
fuck?
wanted her to loosen up though and party.
Right. But I think he knows like this isn't normal.
Yeah.
Like,
God. Anyway, let's move on.
it's so good.
Second
It's
arc,
so good.
episodes 4, 5, and 6. Ever been to Gorman? That's episode 4. 1 year after, so they're all 1 year apart.
Yeah.
1 year after the incident on Mina Rao, Cassian and Bix have become active operators for Luthen and Hideout on Coruscant, though Bix is still beset by nightmares of Gorst. On Gorman, the Empire begins building an armory. Cyril, with Dedra and Partagas's backing, so that's like the leader of the ISB.
Partagas, yeah.
He's one of the leaders.
He's such an interesting character too.
Oh, I like them a lot.
I did too.
It's Partagas and fuck, what's his name? Urine. Yulin.
Yularen?
Thank you.
Urine.
I'm getting there.
Urine. P.
yeah, urine. Yeah. Admiral Yularen.
Yularen. From
Who's
Clone Wars and A New Hope.
Episode 4, A New Hope.
I don't think he's named in A New Hope though, is he?
I don't think so. Maybe. They gave names to everybody.
They don't say it on camera
No,
though. I
not
don't
at
think. Yeah.
I love that he probably has like the most lines in all of Star Wars because he narrated Clone Wars.
Every intro to the Clone Wars episode. Yeah.
Anyway, Cyril with Dedra and Partagas's backing takes up a position in Palmo, the capital city of Gorman, and pretends to be sympathetic with the local rebels' cause to feign being successfully recruited. So he is pulling a double agent situation.
He is. I do think though he actually likes being here.
Well, it was interesting.
Like I think he likes his job there. I think he likes Gorman.
I think he likes his job, and I think so there's a part where he pretends to empathize with the people of Gorman.
Yeah.
And I think he actually does feel those things.
I think he does too.
But the pretending to empathize is part of his imperial duty.
Yes, because he's clearly there to. Well, first off, he thinks he's doing something a little more like noble than he's actually doing, because he's also being lied to.
Right, but like he
doesn't think he's going to hurt the Gorman people. He thinks
they're going to steal something or do something
well,
weird. He doesn't know they're going to genocide him.
Well, he thinks his job is to stop draw outside agitators.
Right.
Like people that are going to come and try to rally the Gorman. That's what he's trying to stop. He has no idea they're about to be wiped out, though.
Right.
And he becomes very fucking upset when he finds out.
Well, he's like basically married to the one who does know that.
She lied to him, yeah. But no, I think he likes it there. And what is it called when... It's like a saying, I think, in the military where you're like assigned somewhere and you start to like... going native? Is that what they call it?
Yeah, going native.
He kind of does that in this arc.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's interesting because he is making quote-unquote secret calls where he goes, I don't know why we're here. These people are clearly not rebels.
Yeah, and they're not a threat.
They're not a threat, but that's fake, so they'll overhear him and trust him. But my point is, he actually does feel those things.
Yeah. No, he's like, no, seriously, why are we here?
I mean, yeah, he's living there. Upon learning from Jung that Dedra is secretly working on the planet, Luthen sends Cassian to assess the rebels.
My boy Lonnie giving us info.
Oh, yeah. Wilmon is tasked with teaching Saul Guerrera's lieutenant, Pluti, how to configure a machine that extracts rhydonium, a fuel source for the Empire starships that they plan to steal. Mothma unsuccessfully attempts to rally support to kill the renewal of a bill, giving broader power to the ISB.
Oof.
The rhydonium subplot in these few episodes is very interesting.
It's interesting. I don't know if it goes anywhere, though, really.
Well, they never quite explained what the fuck is wrong with Saw Gerrera.
I guess this is their way of doing it.
Yeah.
Well, he was always like kind of paranoid though, even in the Clone Wars.
No. But by the time you see him in Rogue One, he's attached to like 10 machines.
He's also missing like every limb.
Yeah.
What the fuck happened to him?
Because he's supposed to be. They designed him to be like the anti-Darth Vader.
Yeah.
And you know, kind of show like this can happen to them too, like right, like the Rebels of the Empire.
Yeah.
And that's what this show does, is that the Rebels of the Empire are very similar. Like they're very similar in how they are doing things. Like war is bad.
You think the Rhydonia made him lose his limbs? Maybe.
Maybe, you know, he's addicted to it. Though.
Who knows what that does to you?
They didn't.
Also, that's definitely what he's huffing in Rogue One, then, right?
Yeah. It's
because one of the major questions, like, what is that?
Yeah, that's what this answers. Also, this is not a new thing. This was in an episode of Rebels.
Rido?
Yeah.
Was he huffing it though?
No, in Rebels, it's like one of the first.
They
episodes.
avoided the drug implications.
Yeah. In Rebels, and no spice either. In Rebels, Hera and what's her name?
Sabine?
Sabine go to like steal some Rido.
Oh,
okay. Sabine
This is like
recognizes
season 2 or something?
Season 1. It's an explosive,
okay.
And she's an explosives expert.
Right.
So she goes, "Oh, I love this shit," and they use it to like make bombs and get away from those monsters.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen season 1 in a while.
I'm rewatching it.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, what else? The whole armory bit is interesting because there's a piece of lore here that they keep on referencing that the
Tarkin massacre
led a massacre there over something very stupid.
That's from Legends.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And so they built this memorial, and so having the Empire build an armory next to it that shadows it would be completely antithetical to the memorial, and that'd be cause for like an uprising.
Yeah, especially since like the Tarkin massacre, I believe in Legends and now in canon was like there was just a peaceful protest on Gorman.
Yeah.
And Tarkin landed his fucking ship on everybody. Like,
I like the bits of lore just to make Tarkin extra evil.
Tarkin is the worst, man. Even in Clone Wars, he was like a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, when he was like on the up and up, and
yeah,
they have a mission with him and Anakin.
Yep.
Yeah. I like that the armory is just all a front. Like it doesn't. It's just there to piss them off.
Piss them off, and also have them ask the question, like, why are they building an armory here?
Well, it's
like,
just for them to start, like, kick off the...
It's a red herring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Episode 5, I Have Friends Everywhere. Clea learns that Skolden intends to audit his antiquity collection after one of his pieces turns out to be a forgery, threatening to expose a bug that she planted in his gallery room and forcing her to extract it during his upcoming investiture party. Cassian connects with the Gorman rebels and learns that they plan to intercept a weapons shipment. But he deems them too inexperienced and shoots down the plan, much to their frustration. Sarah reports back to Coruscant with the news of the heist, with Padagaz and Dedra agreeing to let it go. To let it go through to empower and control the rebels. Saul kills Pluty after learning that he is a traitor and has Wilmon work on the extractor on the heist instead.
He blasts Pluty right in the head, man.
That was great.
We're never 100% sure if Pluty's actually a traitor.
I thought he was, because he was just so...
No, he was being suspicious for sure. But it's never actually confirmed if Saul was just being paranoid,
I think it's kind of
or if he was right. And I like that it's up in the air on whether or not
he was planning on killing Wilmon, which is fucked.
I don't think Pluty was planning.
Wilmon Saul
alive.
was.
Oh, Saul was, yeah.
And I'm like,
Pluty saved Wilmon.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. But it's like Wilmon, like he's one of your guys. He's not one of your guys.
He's not one of Saw's guys.
But like,
remember,
he's one of Luthen's guys.
Saul doesn't trust Luthen either.
Still, that was kind of weird.
Remember, they had that whole argument in season 1 where Luthen's like, why don't we all just like combined forces. And Saul's like, no. Like, and he names like all the different rebel cells as like they're all lost. Maybe Saul's lost.
Yeah, I need to rewatch Rogue One, but I feel like that was kind of one of the catalysts of the Rebel Alliance was Saw's out of the picture now. Right? Like,
I mean, he did his part.
this was my favorite Cassian bit when he goes to Gorman and
He's like undercover.
he's like a fancy boy.
He's got his hair
undercover.
slicked back, real nice. What a piece of shit.
Real nice. Oh, slicked back, real nice.
And then he's even coaching the Gorman rebels. He's like, tell your people to stop following me because it's obvious.
Yeah.
And also, like, do you guys even know what the fuck you're doing?
They don't. They're fancy Frenchmen. You know? Episode 6, what a festive evening. Cassian insists that the Gorman rebels are unprepared and argues with Luthen upon learning that behind his back. Behind his back, he attempted to persuade Bix to return to action. Yeah, it's a little fucked. You shouldn't talk to a man's girl. To, like, do work without him knowing.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, also, Luthen doesn't fucking care.
No, of course not.
I'm sure he has other motivations, too.
I think he wanted to motivate both of them, to be honest.
Yeah. Because he says something like he thought it'd be more interesting if Bix didn't tell him that he stopped by. And then he says something like, and now you've both disappointed me.
Luthen chastises him for his short-sighted vision and instead sends Vel and Cinta to help the rebels pull off the heist. Vel and Cinta fully reconcile and rekindle their romance.
Which means something horrible is about to happen.
Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. But we got a nice Star Wars lesbian kiss.
Yeah,
Not the first, actually.
No, not the first.
The heist is unsuccessful. The heist is successful, but one of the fighters disobeys Vel's orders and brings a blaster, only to accidentally kill Cinta when a passerby interferes, devastating Vel.
Didn't this passerby end up joining them too?
Yeah,
That was the same guy, right?
yeah, same guy.
Yeah.
At Skolden's investiture party, Krennic and Mothma debate the ethics of war, while Clea manages to extract the bug using Jung as a distraction. It was
such a tense scene. It was so good.
Clea is such a good character, and I love that we get a whole episode with her.
We got some good Lonnie stuff here too.
Oh yeah. Lonnie Jung.
He's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, do you know who's in this room right now?
Krennic was there.
And then when he asked, like, what would you have done if I wasn't here? And she's like, whatever it took.
Yeah. I like that at the end of the episode, when they're walking out and
Luthen goes, we should have killed Krennic when we had the chance.
we should have just killed him, right? Like, because it's like they don't know. Like they don't know at what point.
Well,
like,
they have no idea about the Death Star.
Right,
Yeah.
but they know he's bad. But like they don't know like what's my life's culminating moment? Is it this? Was that the opportunity? Like they're always planning ahead.
Yeah.
That like
It's like
they're in the same room with Tarkin.
It's like,
or not
shit.
Tarkin. They're in the same room with Krennic.
Maybe we should have killed Krennic while we were
Yeah.
But
I mean,
that would have absolutely ended with them dying too.
Or but I mean, like he always knew. And in a later episode, he goes like, "We always face the news. Like we always knew we're gonna die.
You just don't know when."
So at what point? That's what I'm saying. At what point do they take the opportunity to like make it count?
Yeah.
You know, and like I don't think it was a joke that much. I think he really was.
He's like, maybe we
should
should have just ended it all in there.
Bix breaks into Gorst's new office and uses his own torture device on him before leaving with Cassian, who remotely blows up the facility.
That was kind of badass, and I think it's
Hell
closure
yeah.
that Bix needed.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it was so badass, and they get to walk away from a fucking explosion.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was great.
There's definitely a terrorist attack in the middle of Coruscant, but
Oh yeah.
But also in that last episode when Cassian's talking to Luthen and he says like, it's such a good exchange when Cassian tells Luthen like, I've given you everything, and Luthen goes, this is everything? Like, you haven't done shit, dude.
I was weirdly she's crinkling so much.
Are those chips?
Why do you crinkle so much?
Is it chips?
I just thought
Nice.
I just thought you were outside the door, just crinkling the bag over and over again on purpose.
She was trying to get your attention.
What? Oh, okay, knew it. Shit. What was I saying? Right when I opened that door.
We were talking about. I was talking about how Andor or Cassian said he sacrificed everything. Luthen's like, this is everything.
Oh, is it weird that I slightly related to that apartment layout because it is just like this one? Did you notice that?
It's just like a kind of nice apartment in Coruscant.
No, it's like at the end of the hall on the left.
It is at the end of the hall on the left, and we see it again in the last
Yeah,
arc too.
yeah.
And oh my god, it was pretty beat up at the end there.
No, sure, but they kept on.
Pretty
I'm
run
like,
down.
they went to this place enough times where it's like, yeah, I knew it was at the end of the hall on the left, and I'm like, that's where my apartment is. I'm on the end of the hall on the left.
Are you a rebel spy?
I don't know. Is this a secret like safe house for terrorists?
Oh, I hope not. They
Yeah,
get you in some
right?
trouble.
Look at those droids walking in here. All right, quick break, and then
All
we'll
right.
wrap these up.
Yeah, we got like 2 arcs left.
All right, we're back. We're gonna wrap this up.
We are back. Also, RL Skill said that I think referring to them killing Krennic, that they were probably slightly drunk and joking. I don't know.
Were they drinking? I don't know if they were drinking, like legit drinking.
They might have taken like sips
Yeah,
of like.
but they're fucking
What?
spies.
What's the drink? They mentioned a specific drink too. Because when Cleo walks up to them, she's like, "Oh, what are you boys doing here?" And then Lonnie's like, "We're here every year. We enjoy the something coolers or something."
That's funny. I don't know.
Fuck. What are the drinks? Oh, whatever.
Luthen had a few sips.
I don't know if they were there on a mission though.
Yeah,
so
they're fucking spies.
it'd be a little reckless to get drunk.
Yeah, just one to take the edge off. You remember in Mandalorian, he gets handed a very real bottle of tequila.
Oh yeah.
That was fun. But it was a nice looking bottle that looks like it could exist in the Star Wars universe.
It was like, that's tequila.
Yeah. Episode 4, 5, 6. So we're in 7. Messenger. 1 year later, the rebels have begun coordinating military operations on Yavin 4, where Cassian and Bix now live. Willman tells them that Dedra is on Gorman, whose rebel activities have been portrayed by state-sponsored media as terrorist campaigns instigated by outside agitators, and encourages. First of all, not like that's ever happened here, and encourages Cassian to help assassinate her. Despite his concerns over the mission being from Luthen, Cassian agrees and travels with Willman to Gorman.
Cassian's still pissed at Luthen like a year later.
Yeah, so he's not working for Luthen directly anymore. He's just working for the rebellion now on Yavin.
Which has kind of separated from Luthen as well.
Right.
Because by the time we get to like the 1 BBY, they don't trust Luthen at all. Like they want nothing to do with him.
Well,
which is ironic.
Again, it's setting up Rogue One in which they're all separate factions that are getting unified.
Yeah, which they're kind of already unified by this point, like officially, but
they're not getting along.
they're not getting along. Two of those leaders need to get the fuck out of there. That one lady and that one guy. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, but weren't they in Rogue One? Isn't that why?
Yeah, they were, and they were fucking little spineless bitches there too.
So they have to be here too. Yeah. Bix is told by a Force healer that Cassian will be vital to the rebellion. On Gorman, Dedra finds her position temporarily supplemented by Captain Kaido, sent by Partagaz to oversee the Imperial subjugation of the planet. While Cyril begins to doubt Dedra's explanation of outside agitators, given his interactions with the rebels.
Yeah, so he's getting like conflicting information from both sides. Yeah.
Yeah. Captain Kaido, we see he's in the next one too. In the
Captain Kaido, he's
the guy who leads the like Black Ops mission to get Cassian.
Okay.
And this one, he's there to train the people, but he's like, these are just dipshits that we brought. I don't understand why they're here. He doesn't understand that they're gonna be sacrificed essentially.
Yeah, because even Dedra's like, these are children. Like,
yeah, like she's surprised, even though she's in on the evil mission.
I don't think she knows the extent that they're going to either, though.
Right there, yeah.
Because this is about to become a whole like false flag operation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But neither does what's his face, right? Like he wasn't
here
in on it. Captain Kato?
Oh, Kato? Well, Captain Kato gets killed, right?
No, isn't that the guy who's in the next one? He gets killed in the next episode.
He gets killed in the next episode.
The next arc.
Yeah.
But in this one, I'm saying like he doesn't know about the false flag operation.
I don't think any of them do until
except for the one fucking sniper.
Yeah. Who I saw people thinking like saying that it would have been cool if that was Bill Burr's character, who used to be a sniper in the Empire.
Oh my god!
I think it would have been cool. It would have been a little fan servicey.
Yeah.
But like
of all the people,
right?
But I mean, yeah, by the time
Like,
we
there's
see
more than
him-
one Imperial sniper.
I know, yeah,
But it's
yeah.
like, it wouldn't be crazy that the Imperial sniper that did this would become kind of disgusted with the Empire over time. You know?
Oh yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
If that's the shit that he was meant to do.
Right.
Yeah.
So that you could headcanon that that's Bill Burr.
Yeah. I
'Cause I don't think we see his face, do we?
No, I don't think so.
Or if we do, it's like obstructed.
Yeah. At the very least, you could headcanon like it's Bill Burr's type, right? Like that's what
That's
like
the type of shit that he was
he
doing.
represents.
Yeah.
Like the shit that these people went through, like the snipers. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he's very pissed at that Imperial officer in that episode.
Yeah. Well, it's from like a different massacre or something. That
Yeah, it was some other massacre. He was not okay with it. He just opens fire.
Oh yeah.
That was a good scene.
We didn't talk about the rape. I just realized too much.
Oh shit.
It's good. It's good TV.
No.
It's good TV.
It's good TV. It's good that they tackled something like that.
Yeah, no, yeah. Well, we did mention it's good that they just said it instead of like, shying around it, dancing around
No,
it.
yeah.
but,
And
like,
apparently, like a few Star Wars content creators, the people that
they can fuck
the
off.
people that hate Star Wars were like, this doesn't belong in Star
They can
Wars.
fuck right off.
You know, Star Wars theory. He keeps going on about how there shouldn't be any bricks in Star Wars.
Bricks.
That's like one of his sticking points. He hates
'Cause
that there's bricks.
They threw bricks in the
I think because there was a bunch of bricks
In
on
Ferrix?
Ferrix. Yeah,
from the broken buildings.
I'm like, buildings are made from bricks, my dude.
Like in episode 7, they're in like a big old brick area when the X-wings arrive. Remember, there's like rubble everywhere and bricks everywhere.
That's what buildings are made of. I don't care if you're in a different galaxy. Like that's how you
weird.
have to build buildings out of something that'll keep it up. Star Wars theory pisses me off.
Oh no, he's the fucking worst.
I saw him at MegaCon.
Did you actually see his face? Or?
Yes,
Oh wow, because we walked by his.
he was
booth.
there
Oh wow,
at his Theory Sabers booth.
what a piece of shit, man.
I did not approach him, but I did see him.
We walked by him. I remember we walked by his like area, and I said very loudly, "Is that Star Wars theory, man? Fuck that guy!" Like very loudly.
The thing is, like 8 years ago, he made good content.
Did he? I wasn't. I wasn't.
He used to be like a legit
Yeah.
Star Wars content creator,
Okay.
and then actually maybe longer than 8 years.
Star
ago.
Wars Explained is what I'm thinking. Star Wars Explained is pretty good.
I like Star Wars Explained. He's good.
Right.
Apparently him and Star Wars 3 had beef at some point.
Well, good. Now I feel.
Yeah,
good about-
one's kind of wholesome, the other's a piece of shit.
Right. Yeah. yeah.
It was around the time of Last Jedi that like all the Star Wars content creators
that-
started becoming
The,
kind of
the schism.
yeah.
No, but I mean, like, the Empire's bad. It's okay it's okay that we have an Empire.
But Vader would never condone it.
Oh yeah. Fucking.
Which I mean, he probably wouldn't, honestly, but
Maybe
that's not the point.
maybe not up close, but like
Like if
it would-
Vader was there, he would have been like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I don't think Vader's naive enough to think that like no one in the Empire is
Right,
raping.
right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And he's not bothered enough by it. It's not like he's over there.
he's hunting down his own people.
Yeah, it's like
I think if he was there, he probably would have killed that officer.
maybe. Yeah,
But I don't think. Why are we even talking about that?
I don't know. Yeah, why are we giving in on this?
But like, he obviously didn't care that much to like stop it from happening.
so-
period.
I think it's okay that we have like, depending on what the tone of the project is, like we have Rebels, which is a kids show, and the Empire still does heinous things in that show.
Right. Even though the
But-
Empire is kind of shown as like kind of just like goofy and like
Yeah, they're still murdering a lot,
they're still doing a lot of murder.
and there's
Yeah.
some genocide.
some
like,
light genocide.
like episode 1 has references to genocide. So
Yeah.
but my point is like, yeah, you can do that. Yeah, they're not talking about how imperial officers are fucking using their power dynamic right over the
illegal aliens
to rape them.
Right.
right?
Which
But, like,
is absolutely
in this-
something that happens in real life.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
But in this very adult show, you can do that,
Yeah.
and it's
Like,
tackled. And
And all the
guess-
people pissed off about it are all the same people that are saying you should make Star Wars content for adults. Guess what?
This is it.
They fucking did it, and you're still pissed off. Like,
This is it, dude. Anyway, back to episode 7.
Yes.
Despite his concerns over the mission from Luthen, Cassian agrees and travels with Beaumont to Gorman, and that's just to murder Dedra.
Yeah,
Right?
that's
their only
it.
mission.
And Cassian's kind of sticking to just that, even though all this shit's happening around him.
He's not interested in the rebellion on Gorman.
Not until the end.
Right, and he wasn't a year ago either.
Right. Yeah.
He just didn't believe in it. And at the time, they had no idea why the Empire was there.
Mm-hmm.
Bix is told by a Force healer, blah, blah, blah. On Gorman, Dedra finds her position temporarily supplemented by, I read this.
Did we finish all this?
Supplemented by Captain Cato, sent by Partagas to oversee the Imperial subject. Yeah, right? Yeah, we read all this.
read all this. Oh, we were
Never
just
mind.
talking about the episode.
Next episode.
Wait, we didn't talk about the Force healer, though.
Okay, yeah.
Because what she says is kind of important. Look, when
So he's like going to be a leader or something?
he's going to be a leader, but he's also like, he's the messenger. Which, going to Rogue One, he's the one that got the plans to Leia.
Yeah.
So it's like, he kind of was the messenger. Like, it ended in his death, and it's very tragic, but like, that's his role in the rebellion.
Do you, having watched, you watched Rogue One after this?
Yeah, I watched it as like a series finale, and it works
Nice.
pretty well.
Did it, after watching Andor, do you see that movie more from like a Andor perspective? Like he's the hero now?
Yeah, Jin kind of becomes a side character, and
Okay,
it's
cool.
a little weird. Because in the movie, she's meant to be the main character.
Right, exactly.
But it's like,
But Andor got all the background stuff.
yeah, it's strange.
Episode 8, Who Are You? Kaido and
What a killer line.
Yeah, right. I remember where that line gets said. Okay, cool. Kato instigates a protest in Palmo Central Square while closing off all the available exits and intentionally deploys inexperienced riot police into the volatile crowd.
This was so fucked up.
This is very fucked up.
Also,
yeah.
this whole episode upset me.
It was so good.
Like, the whole lead up to everything, my heart was pounding. I was like already getting upset.
It's a very slow build of an episode, and I couldn't tell if I loved it or hated it throughout because of how slow of a build
my
it
palms
was.
were sweaty.
Arriving in the square alongside the protesters, Cyril realizes his role in enabling what the Empire is doing and violently confronts Dedra in her office, forcing her to tell him the truth about the Empire's intentions on Gorman before storming out.
If you tell him it's rumors, he's gonna throw you out the window. He's over it here.
So something real quick about their relationship. I find it so fascinating that like Dedra is she's such a good character. I don't think she's a bad person. I think she's just been raised in this system and thinks this is the way.
She grew up in a kinder block.
Yeah.
So she's always been in the system.
This is the way. This is like the means to the end, basically.
Weren't her parents criminals? That's why she was.
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like, because she's not in it, like she's not on the ground level, seeing this shit happen. For her, it's all just strategy. It's like playing a game.
It's like Ender's Game.
I don't know Ender's Game.
Oh, all right. So he thinks he's doing like he thinks he's just doing like strategy shit, and then he finds out at the very end that he actually ended up wiping out an entire alien race
Ew.
through everything he was
What, a
doing.
kid's story?
Yeah, it's real messed up.
Oh fuck. Okay.
It's a very good story, but it's real messed up.
Yeah, I mean, like for her, she's just playing a strategy game. It's like when we play video games and we're like, oh yeah, we're not murderers.
No, yeah.
Like I don't play GTA. I don't feel a thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
To her, she's like, I mean, even the part where she's talking to fucking.
Well, she gets a taste of this on Ferrix, and she's overwhelmed by it.
Right.
But I feel like she just kind of
It's
blocked
just
it out.
Right. It's not her arena.
Yeah.
She's just this is a job. It's a means to the end. The promotions are just gonna help her.
Yeah.
Right. And she's competitive and she's intelligent. But Ciro's living it. He's living amongst them.
Yeah.
And is now completely.
And he's grown attached to them.
Yeah. And he sees how we're not looking for outside agitators anymore, are we? This is a whole thing's a front.
And he's still kind of like, up until he confronts Dedra, he's like in denial about it.
Right.
Because the leader of the Gormans, the one that's like super peaceful,
Yeah.
is like confronts Cyril and he's like, "What have you done?" And Cyril's like, "I don't know what you're
Yeah.
talking about. I'm looking for outside agitators."
Right.
And he's like, "That's a fucking lie." And Cyril gets pissed off and like pushes him down and storms over to Dedra.
So good.
But I think that's when Cyril knows. Like,
Right.
He knows what he's
But,
been a
like,
part of.
I think, the dinner scene a few years ago with the mom, right? Like, that's not for nothing. That's not just for laughs. I think it goes to show that, like, Dedra is working towards, again, it's for her, it's a means to an end.
Right.
She wants a good life.
Yeah.
She wants to be happy.
No, and she does like Cyril.
Just
she
because
does.
she's very work driven, career driven, doesn't mean that she doesn't want a happy ending for herself.
Mm-hmm.
And she will, just like she told, what's her name? The mom?
Edie.
Like, she's going to do what it takes to ensure Cyril's happiness.
Right.
And that's part of her motivation.
And she was 100% honest when she said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, she's kind of, I mean, I don't want to say she's just like, quote unquote, following orders, but like, she is on this path of like,
I mean,
she doesn't see the casualties.
the thing is, like, she is, but also it's like that's a slippery slope.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think now that, in the next year after Cyril's gone, it's like, well, she has nothing left. So she might as well just go full in.
She's like, all right, I'm all in on Axis.
And then she kind of loses her like reason, right? Because
She definitely pays the price for that.
anyway,
But
following a directive from Partagas, Dedra reluctantly orders an Imperial sniper to open fire on a member of the riot police unit, which triggers a shootout between the rebels and the Imperial forces.
And you could tell they were like fresh out of the academy. They were probably like 18 years old.
Oh yeah, they're just like idiots.
Yeah.
The protesters attempt to flee and are massacred either by Imperial blaster fire or by KX security droids released by Kaido. Amidst the chaos, a dazed Cyril wanders the square while Cassian attempts to assassinate Dedra by sniping her through the office window. The two encounter each other and fight, where Cyril gains the upper hand but is fatally shot by Carol Rylance, the Gorman rebel leader.
Who's also, it's important to say, he was a pacifist up until this point.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, but I mean, the protest is full force. They're all getting murdered. Like, everyone's ethics are out the window.
Everything's gone to shit.
Yeah. And I love the scene where Cyril has no idea.
This is tragic.
Yeah. Like, he has no idea what's up and down anymore. He doesn't know what he believes in anymore.
No, and then like he sees Cassian, he just like he goes like primal. He loses his shit.
Well, yeah, his fierce loyalty into the Empire is completely put into question.
Right.
And the only thing he remembers, essentially,
is that Cassian ruined his life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that he sees Cassian, he's like, oh, wait, I fucking hate that guy.
I'm so mad right now. Maybe I could just kill him.
Yeah, it's primordial because for a second, I thought he's going to ask to join Cassian.
Which,
and join the rebellion.
Honestly, like, he could have if he didn't absolutely lose his shit.
If he was thinking straight,
yeah,
he could have.
But he wasn't. And it's
and there's shooting
unfortunate.
going on everywhere.
No, yeah. And then even like during the fight when Cassian asks, "Who are you?"
Oh
like,
God,
there's just this realization that's like Cyril, like Cassian is like such a focal point in Cyril's life, but Cassian has no idea who the fuck Cyril is.
Yeah, it didn't affect him.
No. And then there's that realization, and then Cyril lowers his blaster, and then he gets shot.
Yeah.
So I'm like, fuck.
That's why I thought he was going to
like
defect.
it could have ended so differently.
I thought he was going to defect in that moment and be like, I'm going to join you. I know everything. Please take me
and
with
he
you.
absolutely could have done that.
And then, but he just fucking Rylance just shot him.
You shouldn't have pushed Rylance down.
Yeah.
But no, it's like all of this is so heavy. Like I'm watching I was watching this episode. I was getting upset. Like before everything even happened, I was already getting mad.
Yeah.
Like I was getting emotional. Because you know how it's gonna end.
Yeah, and it also played the whole Cyril, who are you line. It plays into like one of the greater themes of this is like everyone's individuality is insignificant.
Yep.
Like none of these people matter, and their superiors don't care about them. Or
Which goes into another line that Edie actually told Cyril when he was talking on the phone with her in the last arc, when she was basically like like warning him about being there and stuff. She's like, you should get out, blah blah blah, and he's like, no, like I'm in charge here, blah blah blah. And then Edie goes, try not to be too much of an individual. Like she wants him to like, you know, lay low a little bit, like get out safely.
Yeah.
Doesn't happen.
But that's why that goes against like his ambition.
Right.
Yeah.
And oh my God, this is it's like Cyril's not the good guy, but you're still like,
well, you sort of empathize with everybody.
yeah.
Like I empathize with Cyril and Dedra a lot, you know, because it's like Dedra isn't with the Empire out of her like her ethics and her ideology.
Right.
She's there because she was born there.
Yeah.
If she was born in the rebellion, she'd be a rebel leader.
That's what she knows.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So the Resistance managed to the Resistance manages to incapacitate a KX Enforcer droid by ramming it with an armored transport. Cassian escapes Gorman with the droid while Wilmon stays to fight and aid his Gorman girlfriend Drina in broadcasting the news to the galaxy. That was a surprise, right? That he has this like affair.
Does he have a girlfriend on every planet?
Is that what's going on?
Because he had a girlfriend on the wheat planet too.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that
like
redhead,
the farmer's daughter.
Yeah. That's funny.
Hey, good for Will. Good for, and he had his little moment with Saw. Oh, we didn't talk about his moment with Saw. And Saw's speech with the Rhino and
when he gives in and starts huffing Rhino.
Yeah, and he just screams.
Well, I think he's sort of like
he's like letting it out.
He's sort of like related to like, you know, if you're part of the cause, you're all in.
Yeah. And then like we never really see Will with Saw again after this, but like Will does like defend Saw in like certain conversations and stuff after this.
Well, also like look at this. It's a year later and he is much more of an extremist than he ever was.
That's true.
Like he's out for blood now.
Yeah.
He wants Dedra dead. And like even fucking Cassian's like, yeah, but we don't need to do that. Like I'll do it with you.
But it seems like a waste of time.
Yeah, it's a waste of and it's a risk.
Yeah.
We should just let it go. And in this entire process, it's better to just let things go. Right? Like it's safer to just let things go. You go for revenge, you're going to get fucked.
And then like another thing with like Cassian being here at the Gorman Massacre and seeing this build up. There's in Rogue One on Jeddah, Cassian is like, this place is about to get like hot. Like he knows that like Saw's men are about to like he recognizes a sign of like something's about to happen because he's experienced it here. So that's another like it's a cool thing that
I needed to do that.
Is it like a reverse callback?
Yeah. Okay. In the aftermath, Dedra and Edie separately confront their losses as Imperial news outlets place blame on outside rebel agitators.
The last scene with like just Edie and her friends watching the news and Edie's crying, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
And I don't even like Edie, and that's heartbreaking. Like, she's
still a mom.
Right.
You know what I mean?
It's like
she loves her kid.
Still, yeah. And it's one of those things like something the show does, like even if I don't like the character, I still feel for them.
Well, because
they feel like real people.
It contextualizes war better than any other Star Wars media has. Like, people die on both sides, and all death
and sometimes for stupid reasons.
And all death is bad.
Like Cinta's death was stupid, but like that's something that happens.
Can follow orders, accidents happen, blah blah blah. Yeah. Oh man, that was tragic. I really didn't like Cinta's death.
Ugh.
I mean, like, it's good TV.
It's good. It's good TV, but it's like,
I didn't personally like it
because I liked Cinta.
Yeah, I liked that they. I should have known when they were happy together.
As soon as they reconciled, it's like, something's gonna happen to somebody. Yeah.
Anyway, this is the last one.
No, this is the last episode of this arc.
No. This is the last arc coming up now. Episode 9. Welcome to the Rebellion. Yeah.
Are there not 3 more episodes after? Yeah.
Oh, never mind. I can't count.
This is the.
Sorry. This is the last one of this.
This is the Rebels crossover.
Yeah. Oh, I love this episode. It's called Welcome to the Rebellion. In the aftermath of the Gorman massacre, the Empire frames the incident as an insurrection. Mothma decides it is time to openly condemn the Emperor and prepare to flee to Yavin 4. Senator Bail Organa chooses to stay behind and aid the rebellion in secret. Luthen learns from Lonnie that Bail's security team. Oh, I can't read. Security team is compromised and assigns Cassian to help Mothma escape Coruscant. Meanwhile, Luthen clashes with Mothma over the depth of his subterfuge with the rebellion. I'm like, why are they using these words?
Because she's pissed off that he had they don't mention him in this,
and his choice to have Tay killed. Okay, no,
they don't mention the character in this. What's his name?
Oh,
Mon Mothma's aide,
the political aide.
Yeah.
Why
can I not remember his name right now? He's in Rebels.
And they cast a guy who looks exactly like the cartoon.
His hair's a little nicer in the show.
I have a picture, and it's crazy. Wait, I think I posted it somewhere. I don't think I kept it. Oh no, I kept it. Look at this. Again, the cartoon is not drawn after the man. They cast the man after
that's
the
really
cartoon.
good. Erskine Samaj is his name. Okay.
This is insane.
And he shows up in the Rebels episode. It takes place immediately after this episode.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's this episode.
Yeah.
But look at this.
That's really good casting.
And he's a good actor. He
even has the same weird way of speaking.
I need to watch. I didn't watch that episode of Rebels.
He speaks kind of weird.
Immediately after.
I watched that episode of Rebels immediately after. Erskine Samaj, because that's why Mon is so pissed at Luthen, because she's like, my aide was a plant.
Oh yeah, he recruited her at the wedding. He
recruited him at the wedding. Yeah. And he's I think
she
he's
never
part
forgave
Gorman
him
too.
Right.
Yeah.
So that works out.
Yeah.
That was the bait
Yeah.
basically. But she never forgave him for Tay also, and she's been terrified of him after that because it's in her mind.
Well,
she's
because
like,
he did it so easily.
Yeah, and at what point is she a threat?
Right.
You know, how far is he willing to go?
Because Luthen didn't even want to negotiate. He's like, all right, he's dead. Like,
yeah,
it's done. Sorry.
So also, Bail Organa has been recast. He's played by
he showed up in a few episodes
Basketball
prior,
Benjamin Bratt.
Basketball Benjamin Bratt.
Instead of what's his face?
Jimmy Smits.
Jimmy Smits. Apparently, they tried really hard.
But there's scheduling
Jimmy
conflicts.
Smits could not make it, and they thought, we can't do it without Bail Organa, so
we're gonna have to recast.
Look, it's a fine recast. It's sad that they couldn't make it work.
And the thing is,
because Jimmy Smits has done the character for so long,
right? And unfortunately for Jimmy Smits, this is the most Bail has had to do in anything. It seems like
3, he does a lot.
He kind of just walks around and goes, "What are you doing?" He does a lot in deleted scenes.
Yeah. Well, that's where Genevieve O'Reilly's in that
right
scene. Yeah.
But unfortunately for Jimmy Smits, like they did, I feel like they did the most with Bail in this show.
I mean, it's a bit of it's a little jarring.
Benjamin Bratt does a really good job.
Benjamin Bratt does he's good.
Yeah. I don't want to say I like him better, but I might like him better.
I don't know. It's like,
or maybe I just like the writing of Bail better in the show.
Yeah, I'm so used to Jimmy Smits, and they're both fine.
Yeah,
I don't know. With Bail's help, Mothma takes the floor of the Senate to powerfully condemn Palpatine and the Empire's manipulation of the truth. Cassian aids Mothma's escape after her Senate speech, killing the spy in Bail's security team and terminating Mothma's ISB planted driver, Cloris. Yeah, fuck that guy.
Who was kind of goofy, too.
Yeah.
Remember when he calls ISB and is like, hey, what's going on? They're like, don't call us unless you have information. He's like, oh, sorry.
Mothma temporarily stays in the safe house on Coruscant to publicly position herself with the rebellion. Cassian accompanies the injured woman back to Yavin 4. Disturbed by the recent events, Cassian decides to begin a new life with Binks, but she departs during the night, leaving Cassian a message that implores him to stay with the rebellion to help them win.
You said Binks, like the cat from Hocus Pocus.
Okay.
Sorry.
So here, there's a coffee shop down the street called Binks.
Oh.
Disturbed by recent events, Cassian decides to begin a new life with Bix, but she departs during the night, leaving Cassian a message that implores him to stay with the rebellion to help them win, and that she will find him again once the revolt has succeeded. Later, technicians reprogram K2SO, the stolen KX droid, to serve the rebellion.
It was a bit sad when Bix left, but
It was very
I
sad.
see why she did it.
Well,
Because she's still believing what the Force healer said. And she's like, Cassian's going to be important to the rebellion, but if I stay, Cassian's going to leave the rebellion.
it paints an interesting picture with how the average person sees the Force.
Yeah.
Because it seems like everyone's aware of it, but most people think it's just some crazy religion.
Yeah.
You know, it's
and we see a little bit of that in Rogue One, too, with Chirrut Baze.
Yeah. And it's one thing. Oh, hey, is there any animosity between him and Cassian in that movie that I don't remember? Overall, the Force stuff?
A little bit. Like, Cassian's kind of like...
Because now it's kind of informed.
He's a little dismissive of it. Yeah.
Well, you know, because of all this.
Yeah. And then, like, Cassian says, like, a line like, I think me and the Force have different, like, priorities or something like that.
Oh, see, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, like the average person doesn't see it as like it's almost like if you and I were, you know, we're trying to get recruited, or like one of our loved ones is gotten into like Scientology. We'd be
most people would see the Force as like the way the average Joe sees Scientology.
Yeah, we'd be like, you know, you're fucking crazy, and now I don't want to be friends with you anymore. You know, and I feel like that's how the average person sees the Force. And then you got Force healers, and then you've got like Force sensitive people, and you got like the Legend of the Jedi, right?
Mm-hmm.
That most people have never met a Jedi, so it's like they don't care,
right?
So and like they may not even fully believe it. So
yeah, but I get why she left, because she truly believes in this.
Wait, but he doesn't. So he probably has a lot of animosity towards like this idea, right? Like this religion, like this, even like the notion of fate. Like she left because she believes in his fate, but he doesn't necessarily believe it's written in
right. He wants to make his own decisions.
Way, you know, yeah, exactly. Like,
which he has a whole fight with Clea in this episode also, which is a really good scene too, when he's talking about leaving the rebellion, and she's like, "Why? Like, you just saw the Gorman massacre. Like, what? One would think there's no stopping you right now."
Yeah, exactly.
And he's like, "No, I'm out. Like,
yeah,
I want to make my own decisions." And then Clea comes back with I thought that's what we were fighting for.
Yeah. Well, it's a really powerful way of moving the character of Cassian from season 1 of Andor, when he's pretty much just out for himself,
Yeah.
to Rogue One, where he believes in this. I've been in this fight since I was 6 years old.
Oh, and we didn't mention in the Gorman massacre episode, that's where we get the line, "Rebellions are built on hope."
Oh, by
from the
hotel guy.
Yeah.
Just some random kid.
But it's like that line like kind of hits hard though, because it's like that line inspired Cassian in some way, to the point where he says it to Jin, and then Jin uses it to try to rally the rebels. It doesn't quite work, but it does rally Rogue One. So it's, I don't know, it's like it ends up being a pretty powerful line.
Yeah, I like the hotel guy because it's like anyone can support the cause.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like any small act of, isn't that a line from something? Any small act of,
that's Nemec's manifesto.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
There are small acts of insurrection happening every day.
Yeah. And just the hotel guy.
Yeah.
He recognized them from a year ago or 2 years ago.
Yeah, and then he even tells him, he's like, "You were never here. I didn't even input you in the system," which is a huge risk on his end.
Yeah, but he's smart. He knows.
Yeah.
Right?
There's so many good like little tie-in things.
All right, last arc, episode 10. Make it stop. We gotta blow through this. A year later, A year following the events on Gorman, Lonnie warns Luthen that the Empire is building the Death Star, and that Dedra has likely uncovered both of their identities. Though he initially promises Lonnie and his family safe passage from Coruscant, Luthen kills him to ensure his silence.
Lonnie was dead the second he mentioned his family.
Yeah, a little rough. Yeah, again, it doesn't line up with what Luthen believes.
He's like, we cannot have loose ends.
Yeah, exactly.
If they catch you, they will use your family against you, and like we're not even going to risk that.
He's like, I think my family is safe. Well, you're not anymore.
I hope his family's safe, though.
And for a minute, I thought Lonnie was going to join the rebellion for real. And because
on
like,
Yavin.
Luthen mentioned Yavin to him.
Well, I think he did it to see if Lonnie knew about it, because he does it in a weird way. He like looks at him and goes, Yavin. Yeah. And then Lonnie's like, Yavin?
Okay, cool. No one else knows. Perfect. You're dead. Yeah.
Yeah.
As Luthen destroys the comm systems in his shop, Dedra arrives to confront him. Luthen attempts suicide and is taken, gravely injured, to a hospital as Clea watches from afar. Flashbacks interspersed throughout the episode reveal that Luthen was an Imperial officer who defected after his unit massacred Clea's hometown. Finding her hiding in his ship, he informally adopts her, and the two begin selling antiquities while waging resistance against the Empire. In the present, Dedra is arrested for her overreach, and Clea sneaks into the hospital and disconnects Luthen's life support systems.
This was a very good episode.
This was an incredible episode.
It was almost like a Mission Impossible mission.
It made and it made Clea one of my favorite characters in this whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And she is so good, the actress,
who's apparently never acted
Elizabeth Dowlau. Really?
She was like fresh out of like theater school.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
She is so fucking good. She was good in season 1 too, but like now, then
they gave her a lot more to do here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was so good. I like that they bombed Naboo.
Yeah.
Because it's Palpatine's home.
And I like that in the flashback, Luthen and the troopers were wearing like the same like Imperial, like early Imperial uniforms that we see in Solo when Han was in the.
Oh, I didn't know.
In the army for a little bit.
That's cool. I did not know
that.
Yeah. God, all their scenes were great. The Dedra Luthen scene.
Oh, their exchange in
my God.
in the shop.
It might be one of the best parts of this whole show, I think. And the entire time, I was like, she's playing her cards way too hard, way too early.
She was way too confident. Her overconfidence was her weakness.
Yep. And I was like, you're just, I know she's killing for time to say that they're surrounded or whatever, but I'm like, did you not, how are you surprised by this when Luthen
had a knife
himself? Yeah.
Yeah.
He showed you the knife, for fuck's sake, dude.
Maybe she thought he still wasn't aware.
Yeah. My favorite part is that, they're talking about forgeries and stuff and making fake small talk.
Yeah.
And Luthen goes, well, there's 2 things in this shop that
are of questionable.
Yeah.
What's the word he uses?
I don't remember.
But he's referring to him and Dedra.
Yeah.
Because they're both faking it right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
Damn, he tried to kill himself in the most painful way too. I guess it's all he had.
He has all he had.
Yeah.
It's where he was standing.
It's a fucking dull ass blade.
Literally where he's standing, so he might as well.
Ugh.
And then when Clea has to pull a plug on him, once you understand her backstory, it's just all the richer.
No, you know that's what she was going to do. She was never there to rescue him.
No.
Unfortunately.
Again, their individual lives don't matter. So might as well.
Mm-hmm.
There's also a scene we didn't talk about earlier in the show where it's kind of revealed that Clea is the one holding it all together.
Yeah.
And Luthen's like, I can't keep up
I can't
anymore.
even keep track anymore. He's like, we're drowning and you're pretending it's all okay.
There's too many secrets. There's too much shit going on. There's too much,
too much shit.
And she's the one kind of holding it together.
And she's like, no, I got this.
Episode 11. Who else knows? Dedra is interrogated by Krennic, who admonishes her for following her data, which included information pertaining to the Death Star, to be leaked and confronting Luthen alone. So she was digging too much.
She was trying to find Axis.
Because she's finding access. Because again, she doesn't have much purpose anymore because she lost Cyril.
Right.
Right. And so that led Lonnie into following her footsteps and her breadcrumbs, which was why he found out about the Death Star.
Well, apparently the Death Star stuff was given to her by accident.
Right.
Was
Well,
she like
I thought
accidentally
she
CC'd or something?
No, but I thought she was because of her digging into Access.
But she said it came across her stuff by mistake, and she should have
Mm.
reported, is what she said.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, because and when Krennic's interrogating her, when he says like say the word, and she says Death Star, well, Death Star's 2 words, but I think this is like headcanon, like me just thinking about the characters and stuff. I think he was trying to see how much she had actually dug in, because the only way she would know Death Star is if she was actually digging through the files. If not, she would have said Stardust.
What's Stardust again?
Just the project name for it.
Okay.
So it's, I think by saying Death Star, she proved that she had dug into it.
And apparently Ben Mendelsohn improvised the
The-
whole finger on the head. So good. So
It's
fucking
very
good.
good. It's
And
very good.
her reaction was 100% genuine.
Was she like, what the fuck are you doing?
But then, and she admitted, like in an interview, she was like, "No, but I went with it because it was so good. So it was such an interesting thing to try."
And what is it? He said it's like a super cold line. He says, "If you're not a rebel spy, then you missed your calling."
Oh wow, yeah. Well, like I said, like if she had been born somewhere else, she would have been a rebel.
Yep.
Yeah,
her career's over. She's done.
Oh yeah, she's thrown in prison. Spoiler. The investigation is assigned to Hurt.
I think it's here.
Hirt, who identifies Clea, and Partagaz declares her a public health concern. And Partagaz declares a... No, I said it right. That doesn't make any sense, though.
What do you mean? That's exactly what he does.
Declares her a public health concern to aid her arrest.
Yeah, her he says like she's patient 0. She's infected.
Oh, I didn't remember that. I thought...
Which is one of the reasons why they're not able to catch her. Because all of the troops are busy going by that story and trying to like shut down everything in Coruscant.
Yeah, but it's all fake. And he's
It's
like,
all
"Just
fake,
fucking
and
get
so
her."
when they actually find her, they can only send 1 unit because that's all that's available because
Okay,
everyone else
I
is
didn't-
busy.
I don't remember that. Sorry.
So him doing this kind of fucks him over too.
And this, but Partagaz is so creative, though. He's so good at this. Like, I know he fucked up, but it's like
He fucked up.
it was a good idea, all right? In the safe house, Clea contacts Woman, who in turn recruits Cassian, Melshi, and K2SO. Melshi's back. A lot of people got confused about Melshi because he's such a minor character in Rogue One and in season 1 of Andor, but he's always there.
He's always been there.
He's always there, and he serves as a kind of a visual.
I forgot he was in Rogue One when I was watching Andor,
Okay,
like the first time.
Yeah, I didn't know. Well, yeah, he's one of the main. He's one of the guys. He's one of the team.
He's
Yeah.
a member of Rogue
Yeah,
One.
yeah.
But yeah, he was because we're introduced to him in the prison arc in the first season.
Right.
Yeah. I was like, I like this guy. I didn't realize he was in the movie.
Yeah, but he's kind of a good reminder that, like, you know, whether or not Cassian accepts it, he is a leader,
Yeah.
and he's just innately a good leader
And a messenger.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So anyway, Woman recruits Cassian, Melshi, and K2SO to retrieve Luthen, despite Rebel leadership being fed up with their disobedience. Yeah, if they're not following the rules at all.
They're like, you can't just come and go as you please.
Dedra gives Hirt insight into Luthen's communications, and his team tracks Clea to the safe house, arriving right after Cassian and Melshi enter to retrieve her. Clea reveals that the Empire is building a superweapon, but she wishes to stay behind as the rebels on Yavin 4 deeply distrust Luthen's cell. As Hirt's team closes in, K2SO enters the building and begins attacking the Imperial soldiers. The hallway, all that stuff, so good. Such
very
good
violent.
Such good action. And
When he's using here as a human shield,
So
and he's just getting fucking
good,
blasted.
yeah. Also, he didn't need to do that. He's like pretty much bulletproof.
Yeah.
Like, he's kind of, you know, like he's one of the, he's like a tank.
Yeah.
They're just made to like hit punch. Anyway.
The one Imperial is like, "Are you with us?" And he goes, "No," and just hits him over the edge.
Yeah, he's basically like a T-800.
Yeah.
You know. Also, this hallway in the whole apartment, like
The
action
hallway to
scene.
your apartment.
Yeah. No. First of all, second of all, reminded me of what's that movie called?
Dread.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, so we were thinking the same thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Very Dread.
Because that whole movie takes place in an apartment complex.
Yeah. They're going floor by floor,
Yeah.
tactically taking it all out. Good stuff.
Hell yeah. When's that sequel coming out?
But it was supposed to be a TV show.
I don't think it's happening.
I don't think it's happening.
I think
either.
we need to cover that movie.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on. Let's finish this up. Episode 12: Jeddah, Kyber, Urso. K2SO kills Hirt and his team, but Clea is wounded. Cassian, Melshi, and K2SO take her back to Yavin 4, where they are grounded by Bail for their disobedience. Much of the rebel leadership, including Bail, do not trust Luthen's intel, but Mon Mothma is willing enough to hear Clea out. Vel talks with Cassian, who convinces her of Luthen's integrity and then toasts to their fallen comrades. Partagaz commits suicide upon realizing that he is to be arrested, while Dedra is imprisoned in a prison facility similar to Narkina 5. I wish it was just Narkina 5. Why are they acting like it's not exactly the same one?
It might not be.
I know, but it's less poetic that way.
But something that I think it's in the prior episode, that Krennic says to Partagaz, which it's like one line, but it like shows like a lot of history between the two. It's like he looks at Partagaz and he goes, "I can't protect you, Leo."
Oh, he calls him by his first name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then like he like leaves, and then that's when Partagaz knows he's fucked.
Yeah, it's well, when you think about, because at first I was like, why would he do that? And then I'm like, well, you think about the implications of what had just happened, like the Death Star.
Yeah, it got leaked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's as bad as it gets.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like just that line though, and Krennic seems to like genuinely be like sorry for it. Like I don't know, were they like friends like in the Republic days? Probably.
Maybe.
And it's just something interesting that we'll never probably get any explanation on, but it's just it's character things. Also, the other ISB officer just letting Partagaz kill himself because he knew what was happening.
Yeah.
Because the troopers are gonna go in. He's like, "Wait."
Pew. Yep.
Like, all right.
I like the idea that they don't fully trust Luthen, and that like Clea and Luthen are basically like they bought into this, and they're like repeating because they can't write this down. Right?
No.
Like they have seconds.
Yeah.
And so they're just like repeating the important information so they don't forget it, like the names and
Yeah.
Urso,
Jeddah, Kyber, Urso,
Kyber,
Death
yeah.
Star.
Yeah. So that they can kind of keep it going. But anyway, why would the rebellion believe them? You know what I mean?
Exactly. And this is a plot point in Rogue One too.
Oh, is it?
Because they also get the information from Jyn, but they don't believe her, and she doesn't have the hologram that her dad left.
Oh.
And like Cassian gets frustrated when she doesn't have the hologram because he's like, "You grabbed it, right?" And she's like, "There was a lot going on." Like, no. And she's like, "But you don't believe me?" Cassian says, "I'm not the one you need to convince." Because like right now the rebellion, like they're paranoid, like Saul was. They don't trust any info.
Yeah, and even like
because it could be the Imperials leading them into the trap.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And listen to like Luthen himself. He's like, there's too much going on. I can't sort it all out.
Yeah.
And so
they're right to be mistrustful, but it's frustrating to see.
Yeah, like if Luthen was on the other side of this, he might not believe it.
Yeah.
It's only that because he believed in Lonnie, and Lonnie was like freaking the fuck out. Lonnie's reliable.
Yeah.
You know? As a rebel informant, associated with Saul contacts Yavin 4 begging to talk to Cassian, the rebel leadership realizes that the evidence is too great to be a trap and agrees to let Cassian and K2SO fly to Kafrene to meet with the informant.
That's where Rogue One starts.
Yeah. The rest of this episode is setting up Rogue One.
Yeah.
Clea accepts her role on Yavin 4 with Wilman, Mon, and Vel. On Mina Rao B2 Emo. I keep calling him B2 Emo. B2 EMO.
You could probably just call him B.
Plays with another droid while Bix cradles a baby and looks wistfully towards the horizon.
Damn.
Oof.
Cassian didn't even know he had a kid.
No. I mean, like, obviously Bix did what she had to do.
Yeah. Oh,
I
don't think she knew Cassian was gonna die.
Right.
Her plan was like, when this is all over, we'll reconvene, and we'll catch up.
Yeah.
Like,
meanwhile, she has like a 6-month-old.
Yeah, that'll be a little surprising, but I don't think he would be mad.
There's a line in this where when they are escaping Coruscant, because Clea didn't want to go. She's like, "Fuck those people in the oven." Cassian is like, "You're gonna be welcomed like a hero," and then they get there and no one believes her.
No one believes
her. No one gives
her.
a shit about her. And
he visits her in the medical tent. He's like, "Not the hero's welcome, I promise." Huh?
Yeah. But I mean, it all plays towards the theme. It's
but Vel ends up like kind of taking her in, and she ends up saying the line, "I have friends everywhere" to her, and it's like it's very meaningful because it's something that it's like a coded message for them, but it's also like kind of true in the rebellion.
Yeah,
it's like they are all there for each other, or they should be.
Right. Yeah, I just like that, the individuals don't matter and you see it on all sides. Mm-hmm. And I like that, again.
And every time somebody tried to take matters into their own hands, it went wrong.
Yeah. And I just like we were just talking about Daredevil, where like the Daredevils fall back to Daredevil matches, Fisk's fall back into his old ways, right?
To Kingpin, yeah.
Well, this show does a similar thing where they keep on kind of juxtaposing like a rebel and an imperial that are essentially the same story or the same character.
Yeah.
And it's like you see this on both sides where Dedra did everything right. Mm-hmm. Except for when she pushed it too far, broke some rules, and now got herself fucked.
Yeah, it all just
she says, according to her, she's like, I caught Axis. That's huge. I should be celebrated. And they're like, we don't give a fuck about Axis.
They should have.
And we don't give a fuck about you. Yeah. Everything you've done, all this years of service, none of that matters anymore.
Because once you're not useful anymore, you're tossed aside.
We're going to lock you up.
Yeah.
And she is destroyed by that because she thought she did everything right. Meanwhile, like, Clea is the analog to that over on the rebellion side. She's like, well, they hate me. I don't give a fuck. But like, I'm the hero. She's the real hero. And you can argue they're all heroes.
Lonnie's the real hero.
Okay, I was going to say. You can argue they're all heroes on this chain of communication that goes from Lonnie or Dedra or whomever started it.
It's like a relay race and they're passing the baton that is the information about the Death Star.
Right.
But it seems like everybody who gets the baton dies.
Yeah. Or it's not, again, they're not thanked.
Yeah.
Right? They're not important.
It's almost like it's cursed knowledge. Until it gets to
R2D2.
Leia. Or R2D2, yeah.
And Luke.
Yeah.
But.
And then I've been seeing a lot of things where it's like Andor and Rogue One kind of make A New Hope seem like so ridiculous.
Yeah,
because like all this sacrifice, all this struggle, and then just like this farm boy's like, "What's going on, guys?"
But see, here's the thing, though.
It's also like
I love it.
There's a weird transition too, because Rogue One is kind of the transition in like tone from Andor to A New Hope too, where it's like, yeah, it's kind of gritty and stuff, but it's like we start to see these Force-sensitive characters appear. We see Darth Vader at the end. Like it's. We're going from this gritty war story to Star Wars.
Right. But at the end of the day, Luke is the most important person in the galaxy.
He is. And that's what Star Wars is.
He's the real chosen one, right? He's the one that actually finishes the whole blah, blah, blah and brings balance and blah, blah, blah. Because he makes the right choices and he saves the day. Mm-hmm. But like, he needs to and then now we're moving into like the whole Force stuff and destiny and all of kind of this higher blah blah blah. Like Luke needs to learn the things that he needs to learn. He needs to believe in himself. He needs to learn about the Force. He needs to do all these things because he's the one that's going to save the day. And he is 10 times more significant on a what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
He's 10 times more significant on a cosmic scale.
Oh,
than all of the people in Andor and Rogue One. And like I just feel like everything I've said about how all of their individual lives don't matter, it just plays opposite to what Luke is, because his
life does matter.
His life matters more than anyone else's, right? Because he is the Skywalker. Mm-hmm. So I like that idea that all of this shit happened. All of these people fought so hard and lied and
to give Luke the opportunity,
and murdered, and all of that landed on some fucking farm boy
who used to bullseye womp rats in his T-16.
He has no idea what he just stepped into. It makes it a little more powerful.
Also, how do you think all this news reaching like Yavin was like? It'd be like, oh yeah, Cassian's dead.
Like that in between when Luke is
Cassian's dead. But we got the plans. But Leia was captured. The Empire has the plans again. Death Star is here at Yavin. We're about to blow up.
Also, like it's.
But this farm boy says he could do it.
I mean, honestly, like the whole
that was probably like a roller coaster of like 2 weeks, right?
It just builds A New Hope up more, I think. I don't think
it does. No, and I watched A New Hope also, and it's like a lot of that hits different too.
Yeah, I don't think it undermines it. I think it builds it up.
It does.
Yeah.
It's just A New Hope does feel like a completely different genre.
Again, it just right. No, and it is. And every time Star Wars or something new, it's a new genre.
Yeah.
You know, look at Acolyte to this to fucking Skeleton Crew and Rebels and Clone Wars and all that stuff. But like when you look at oh shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Lost your train of thought?
Yeah.
Mid sentence?
Yeah. I'm tired is what it is.
Oh.
Something about Luke. I don't know.
We talked about
but when you look at episode 4, like all of the stakes, this just adds stakes to episode 4. And when Luke is like, I don't know, and Obi-Wan's like, no, this is actually super important. We need to follow through with this. Like, you know, as a viewer, what's at stake now.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot.
No, like Andor, Rogue One, and A New Hope are kind of like another Star Wars trilogy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because there's a time skip between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back anyway. It might only be like a year or two, but there's still a time skip. New Hope and
Empire?
Yeah.
I think it's like 2 years or so.
2 years? Yeah, because there's the comics cover what happened after A New Hope.
Something like that, yeah. I had some other notes here. Let's see if I like any of them. Yeah, overall thoughts. Let's get going.
I mean, as far as how I feel about it, like it's one of those like no notes, like there's nothing I could think of that would make this better.
I think it's like
I think it's like as close to perfect television
as like a perfect show
as we've ever gotten.
I have one complaint, and that it's over. Honestly, and I don't want it to be over.
I wouldn't have minded the 5 seasons.
Well, you know, they've pretty much figured that like the
streaming's dead. So
that's really it really is. But the actors are already 10 years older than they were in Rogue One.
Yeah,
and it's a prequel.
No, Cassian's already looking older.
Yeah, I mean he's very handsome, but still. But like, I really hope that they find a way to continue some threads here. I think you could do a show with Mon Mothma and Yavin. Yeah. I think you could have a
Mon Mothma. What about Vel and Clea?
No, and all these characters. I think you could do a show about the rebellion from their perspective throughout the events of the original trilogy.
That could
Like-
be interesting.
Like you could start it during the Battle of Yavin, and they're there next to Leia. They just weren't on.
You could
frame.
even use
You know?
like voice lines from the movie.
Yeah.
Luke,
You
you
could
turn off
do-
your targeting computer. Is something wrong?
You could
He's like, oh my god, this idiot turned off his targeting computer.
Yeah, like you could do what the finale of Clone Wars did to Episode 3, and just tell it from a different perspective.
Recontextualize things.
Yeah. I would. This is too good to give up on, is what I'm saying. Like,
I don't think Tony Gilroy is going to be involved anymore, though.
fuck.
And the thing is, I don't know if I want these characters to continue without him.
I would kill for like I said, a Mon Mothma TV show that follows the events of the original trilogy up till she gives her speech
About
before
many
Rebels.
Bothans dying.
Yeah, and then you can see the fucking Bothans that people complain about that we never see.
That we never see, and we still don't actually know if that's like a new species or what.
I
Because
think we know the species, but we never see anything
in
else.
Legends we do,
Oh, okay.
because they've changed things from Legends to canon before.
They could just be like Gorman, that is French fucks.
Just like people, yeah. Because I think Star Wars Battlefront 2 made them like these like furry people.
Oh.
Because remember the Bothan spy that you could play as?
Oh.
Oh, it was like this dog.
Are you
like-
talking about
it
original
was like
Battlefront 2? Or?
Yeah,
Okay.
it was like this humanoid dog-looking species.
I've seen the picture,
Yeah,
but I didn't.
I
play as them.
don't think that's like technically canon after Disney though.
Mm.
So Bothans could. Who knows what Bothans are? What if it's a man named Manny Bothans?
What?
Manny Bothans died to bring us this information.
Oh, it's just one person. yeah.
And the thing is, like, I don't know if there's even that exciting of a story you could tell about that. I'm sure you could. But it's like, it wasn't even like plans to the second Death Star. It's just information that there was a second Death Star.
Yeah, I guess so. Because they didn't do the whole plans twice.
No, because that'd be
That'd
stupid.
be silly. I'm telling you, dude, you could do it. I want to see more Mon Mothma. I want to see. Well, Bail's dead.
I want to see what's going
Bail
on
dies on
with
Alderaan.
with Mon's husband.
Oh, so there was.
Because he was with Skolden's wife in a speeder.
That was Golden's wife.
Yeah.
How do you know that?
You see her earlier.
I thought it was just some random whore.
Nah.
What the fuck? What's Golden's gonna have him killed?
Well, it looks like he doesn't really care because he looks super depressed in that scene.
Interesting. I didn't know that was
Because
Golden's
he's just
wife.
because she's like passed out drunk and he's
I
like,
just thought it was like a whore.
no, that was Skolden's wife.
By whore, I mean, oh god damn it! I was gonna say by whore.
Like literally,
like no, I just meant like
like a prostitute.
no, I just meant like another woman. Not
Oh,
like,
see, I was trying to make it better.
I know, I made it worse. I'm not calling women whores. Anyway, so there was a deleted scene where, or not. Well, I don't think they filmed it, but I'm saying it was
Like
in
it was
the-
just scrapped.
it was in the script.
Yeah,
Um,
where Perrin.
is that his name?
Yeah,
Yeah. So he has a scene with Mon Mothma before she leaves.
Mm-hmm.
And they get to have some closure, because in this you just see him and you just go, oh well, he just one day woke up and she's no longer there.
Yeah,
She joined the rebellion. They never talked.
he saw that
that's
she
it.
gave a speech and fled.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah,
But in this, they have a conversation. And he says something like, I was questioned a bunch of times. I never gave you up, and I never would have if you had just said,
if you
It
trusted me.
if you had looped me in. Yeah. And it's just kind of, not only is he a casualty in her life, obviously, like her husband, whether she loved him or not, in addition to her daughter, like she wouldn't have even known. She couldn't bring it up. She couldn't ask him. Like in her mind, she's like, she can't even trust him to ask the what if. She already put herself out there for Tay, and he got killed, right? So it's like she's not gonna run that risk, so she doesn't know. But by not doing so, she already sacrificed him.
It adds an interesting layer to both their characters.
I liked how it was. I'm okay with that cut. I don't know. I like the idea that she just had to like drop her life and go, and that's it.
The lack of closure is also good though.
Yeah.
In a weird way.
So
Because sometimes in life you don't get closure.
right.
But yeah, no, incredible show. Incredible
Oh, it's
experience
fucking
watching this show.
So good.
I am sad it's over.
I'm gonna watch the whole thing 10 more times.
I'm glad that it seems to have reignited a love for Star Wars, like
Yeah, Battlefront 2
for a lot of people. Apparently, yeah. Battlefront 2 breaking records with concurrent players.
Yeah,
8 years after it came out, 5 years after it was abandoned.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, perfect show. I have no, like I said, my only complaint is that it's not gonna continue, and it can. Disney, come on. Like, and they should know this is. And I don't know. I like to see what the streaming numbers are, but I would not be surprised if this just killed everything else.
I don't think streaming numbers are super high on this.
Right, because it doesn't have like all the audiences that like maybe like Skeleton Crew had, like
Yeah.
and Clone Wars and Rebels and stuff.
I think you have people like Andor. I don't care about Andor. I don't know.
All right.
I'd be curious to see though.
I wanted this to be like 45 minutes, and it's been 2 hours. So let's wrap
We were
this
not
up.
going to talk about 2 entire series in 45 minutes.
Let's wrap this up. Is Mephisto in this?
I mean, the Imperial's pretty.
There's
The
a lot
Empire's pretty bad.
they're bad, but there's a lot of closure in this. I think we can wrap it up and say he's not.
He's not. It's just evil people.
Yeah, there are bad people, and I look forward to the next Star Wars thing so we can see where he may be.
Yeah.
But it's not this.
What if we did like a Where's Mephisto bonus episode, Rogue One?
Jesus. I mean, maybe, but I don't know.
If we have time, because
Yeah.
we got Ironheart coming out at the end of the month.
Yeah, exactly. And Mephisto. Oh, fuck.
And Mephisto might be
probably
there.
in that.
We'll see.
So, anyway, guys, that's it for us. Thank you for listening. Thank you for supporting us on Patreon. You can find us on the Discord server. We'll see you guys next time. We're going to be doing Ironheart. The show that was supposed to come out like 4 years ago.
Now it comes out in like 2 weeks?
I have no idea.
3 weeks? It was like June 20 something. So like 3 weeks.
And that's all. And thank you.